So something I did before I committed yesterday was I actually upgraded to JUnit 5 because I wanted to use one of the annotations that JUnit 5 has for repeated execution of a test. So let's take a quick look at that. So here in the die test, so remember yesterday, we'll talk about this and then we'll do a review of sort of where we are. This test was for rolling a single die. Now, one of the problems is this one is using the random die roller, so it's therefore random, so it's not predictable. Although it should be somewhat predictable because we do want it to be between 1 and 6. And so what we can do is if we just run this test once, well, if we got the roll wrong, right? So for example, here, let's actually go to the implementation. Oops. If we go here, and let's say we implemented this wrong. Let's say we forgot to add +1 because we didn't realize it's basically from between 0 and 1 minus this number. All right, let's say we thought that this would give us a number between an integer between 1 and 6. Totally reasonable. You could read the docs and still be confused. Happened to me. So if we run this test once, so let's do that. We might get lucky and have it fail because we get a 0. But this time it passed. We could run it again, and it still passes. And like that's kind of not great. So what we can do with JUnit 5 is we can use this repeated test annotation. Say, run this 100 times. And you can use this parameter as sort of an entry, as sort of a parameter into the test. But here we just want to have it run 100 times. So if we do this, we'll see that it's going to run it 100 times. And now what we can see is, well, several dozen times, 19 times out of 100, it failed. Which is nice because that's about what we would expect statistically, that we basically got a 0. So now what we can do is we can say, okay, well, now we've got that wrong, so let's go fix it. Let's add 1. What this doesn't tell us, though, so now if we run it, it'll run 100 times, and it will pass all 100 times. And because it's super fast, right, I mean, whether we ran it 100 times or just once, it's still going to be super fast because it's all in memory. The problem is that we don't know if we're actually getting all the numbers, right? So we could have made a mistake where we were only getting 1s and 2s or 1 through 5, right? Usually the boundary is the problem. So we could write a more sophisticated test that basically did something like track the distribution of the rolls and see, did we get approximately an equal distribution? But, you know, I'm lazy, so what I might do instead is say, well, what am I not sure about? I'm pretty sure I've got 1 through somewhere between 5 and 7. It's probably not above 6, because we would have had a failing test. So the only reasonable thing that might go wrong is we're not getting 6s. And so I could say, well, let's bump this up to 7, because maybe, maybe it's inclusive in a way that I don't quite understand. And what I'm doing here is I'm looking at, again, I look at TDD as very much this, using the scientific principle. I've got a theory, and I'm going to run an experiment. And the nice thing is because these tests run quickly, I can run lots of experiments. And so I don't have to do as much thinking and sort of pruning up front, right? Because if an experiment is really expensive, I'm going to have to decide which ones am I going to run. But if they're really cheap, right? If my experiments are very cheap to run, I'll just run all of them. And so I can just basically say, well, what happens if I do this? Now, I kind of expect it to be out of range, and it is. And so what we got is we actually got a 7. So now we know if I change this to 6 and I run it, I'm probably getting a fairly even distribution between 1 and 6. And so I didn't have to do a lot. Again, I like to replace running experiments for thinking heavily. I much prefer to sort of play with code. As long as my tests are do my thinking for coming up with the tests, right? And our tests are experiments. And so I spend my time, is this a good experiment? And then I can not spend a lot of time thinking about the code. So I added that so that when I upgrade it to JUnit 5, now we have that as a feature. Now we can run all the tests, and they'll all pass. And again, the overhead of running those extra 100 repetitions is hardly anything, right? The whole thing runs in 160 milliseconds. It's interesting if you look at actually the first, if you look at sort of the runs of this repetition, we see that it's actually the first one that takes the most time because that's where it's instantiating the test itself and other things. But each individual run is hardly measurable. So we can look at that, we can close this, and we can look at the other ones. And so let's take a look now at sort of the whole thing. So we've got our die roll test. Oh, that reminds me I wanted to open up something later. So this is our die roll test. I don't know how useful it is. The scoring is what we want to focus on, right? And so here we've got, given this specific roll, if we scored as ones, so let's remind ourselves of what are the rules of this game. So let's go to here and here. So the idea is so again, the game that we're working on is basically this Yacht dice game. You roll 5 dice. We'll see there's some options for the player to re-roll some of the dice. Again, sort of just like poker, you might discard a few cards and get some new cards. And then we score them. But the way the scoring happens is you pick which category, right? One of these categories here on the left, in order to score it. But once you put a roll, right, a set of rolls, in a category, that category is used up. You can't use it again. So if you happen to put it in the 5s, because you got 2 5s, if you had another roll that had 4 5s, you're out of luck. You can't put it in the 5s category anymore. So those are the rules. This one, and so it has some examples. Right, so here, if we were scoring 1s, if we had 1, 1, 3, 4, that would score 3, right? Because you just add up the 1s. Here for the 3s, we've got 4 3s, so each 3 counts as 3, and that's 4 times 3, so that's 12. Here we got 4s, we've only got 2 4s, so that scores as an 8, and so on. When you start running out of categories, you may have to put a set of rolls in a category where you don't have any of those, right? So this is an example of that, where this sequence has 1, 1, 2, 2, 6. None of those fit the category of 5s, and so you score 0. And that's what we have here, right? So we've got here for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If we scored as 1s, we expect that score to be 0. And then we added where if we had one of them, we expect the score to be 1. And then if they were all 1s, we expect the score to be 5. And so if you look at the implementation for it, it's kind of ugly, right? And this is something that we talked about yesterday, that this is kind of ugly, but it works. And so one of the nice things about it working is we could now shift from sort of adding functionality into refactoring. So in refactoring, when you're normally adding features and modifying behavior, you're in this red-green part of the TDD cycle. And so you want it read at appropriate times, and you want the test, basically the test to fail in a specific way. You want them to then pass. But once you are in refactoring mode, then you want to basically stay green as much as possible. And so one of the things we talked about yesterday is like strings are really awkward for this. right? We're having to look for ones and then add score, but we know that this is just really awkward. But we could leave it. We could say, well, I don't know right now of a better design. I could guess, but I don't know what we're going to need. And so this is something that to me is really important. And this is a principle that you probably have heard me use, and comes from extreme programming or the early days of extreme programming. And it's basically Yagni. And the idea here is, well, Yagni stands for, and there are some variants of it, but I always like to say you ain't gonna need it. Some people say you aren't gonna need it, but I feel like, the incorrect ain't sort of adds to it. And the idea is, unless you actually have a need for something, you don't write code for it. Because you are then likely making it either an abstraction or a generalization before you quite know what you sort of in which direction you should abstract it. So right now I could go to any number of things instead of string. I could use an array of characters. I could use an array of ints. I could use a list of ints. I could use a set. Well, a set probably wouldn't work because set doesn't allow us to have multiple things. But there are 2 or 3 variations that we can sort of come off the top of our head that we could use. I don't know which one is best because I don't have enough information. And so I'm not quite ready to refactor, even though it's tempting to do so, because I don't know, when we only have one category, right? We're only scoring based on ones. What happens when we score based on 2s or 5s? I don't know. And so if you don't know, don't spend the effort, because you may then have to undo all that effort. And sometimes that happens, right? Sometimes, you go down a road and it's like, oh man, this doesn't work. Like with the blackjack game, which we'll get back to, we sort of went down this road of this event-based state machine. And it's like, yes, we could do that, but that might have been overkill for what we needed. And so we'll probably back up and take another tack. So right now I'm going to say, I don't know. I can maybe see some, some things where, basically turning stuff into a string. I'm getting an int from the roll, but I don't know. And if I don't know, I'm fine with that, because I will know once I write more tests. So let's go and write some more tests. So let's write some tests that we know will sort of push us in a direction that we can then figure out what to do next. Hey, Afi. Yes, applying Yagni is one of the most difficult rules due to the temptation since the beginning. Absolutely. It is. It's hard for everyone. I sometimes feel like I have an advantage because I'm lazy. In a certain way that's like, I don't feel like refactoring this, and then I'm sort of forced to when something happens. But yes, it's so tempting, and I, for most of my career, I did a lot of premature flexibility, premature abstraction, and often regretted it. And so I learned the hard way, don't do that. But it's very tempting. Like, because you could say, oh, it's so obvious that I'll need X, but is it really? And to me, it's not. So let's go ahead and write another test. This one, let's do 5s, right? I could do 2s next, but I think 5s are more interesting because it'll really push the point forward. It'll really push the point of the fact that each die that matches is worth 5 and not 1, right? So we sort of got away with 1 by using this just, if it matched, then it's score plus plus. We didn't have to look at sort of the value of the roll. So let's go do that. So we'll say roll of, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Scores 0 for 5s category. And so I like kind of starting with the sort of the empty case, and this goes back to the stuff I was talking about the other day, which is the zombies acronym. So the ZOM part is the part we're thinking about. So it's 0, 1, and then many or more complex. All right, so when we're trying to figure out which tests to write, we can use this as a guide to say, okay, what is the 0 or sort of empty case? So we're basically going to handle the empty case. So we'll create a yacht. New yacht. Now I've been handing in the random die roller here, but I haven't been using whatever the roll was when I've been evaluating the score. And so this might be to a reader to coming new to the code. They might say, what's this all about? And so I might want to have a version of Yacht that if I don't pass anything in the constructor, then it just uses a random die roller. And that would be sort of the default case. Right? If I want to override that, then I can pass in a dependency, basically pass in a roller. Oh, hey, Vivex. Oh, hey, RHR. What are my thoughts on Spock versus JUnit? I don't like Spock. Love the character, don't like the testing framework. It just doesn't work for me. I've tried it, and there's nothing technically wrong with it. I just don't care for it. So it's a matter of opinion. I really like JUnit with the assert J stuff. So right, all these asserts are assert J. And so I don't feel like there's anything missing that I feel like Spock provides. Applying TDD for big new projects, usually it's hard to predict structure. So often you have to change tests according to changes while writing implementations. Tests are going to change because behavior, often during refactorings, things will change. That happens. If you find yourself changing your tests, a lot of them in a very drastic way, then you might be coding too closely to the implementation. So one of the things you want to keep in mind is when you're writing the tests and you're writing the assertions, you're thinking in what is the domain? What is the business logic? What is the logic, terminology you want to use? Not does, list contain this, but like does the player's hand contain this card, right? And so if you keep at the level of what is sort of the language of the system, whether it's shopping cart and product and orders for an e-commerce site, or hands and cards and decks from a card playing thing, if you keep your test at that level, you will probably find you're going to do less frequent sort of massive changes to your tests. Just because implementations change, sometimes you will have to change your tests. And so, for example, we will have to probably change some of our tests. But we'll be able to do that in a way that is not really, what's the word? Disruptive. And so we'll see how to do that. But I always I hear from folks who say, "Oh, we tried TDD and then we ended up having to constantly change our tests, and it was really annoying, so we stopped doing it." To me, that means there's something not right in the way those tests are being written. That's a really good question. So what we'd like to do here is I'd actually like this constructor to default to this .die roller equals new random die roller. So that way I can go back to here and I can actually say, I don't really care. And so the message that I'm sending, right? Remember, we write code for other humans, including ourselves, assuming we are humans. We write code for people. We don't write code for the compiler. And so, especially tests, because I mentioned yesterday, and I mentioned a lot, tests are concrete examples that, especially when you come new to a code base, those are the things that you're going to look at and learn from. Right? You're learning about a system if you haven't looked at it in a while or it's new to you. You're going to look to the test to teach you about the system. And if there's extraneous information, like why is this random die roller here, that can make it harder to read the test and harder to understand what's important. And so this is a concept from basically cognitive load theory and educational psychology and all this kind of stuff, where you want to reduce the amount of irrelevant information for folks who are learning something. And that applies to your tests as well. So by having this default, we say, okay, we're creating a yacht. No other information is useful. And now we're going to focus on scoring, testing out the scoring. Yes, I contributed the big decimal assert stuff to the AssertJ library way back a while ago. It's one of those, I love the library so much, I contributed to it. All right, so we've made this easier to read. Let's go grab our score for Yacht. Score as 5s. And we might be able to predict that having this as an explicit method instead of maybe as a parameterized thing might cause us a problem in the future. But I don't know. Maybe it will, but I don't know. So I won't bother with it. And we'll pass in 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, because that's what we said. We have a failure to compile, so let's go create that method. Roll, and we'll be throwing an unsupported operation exception. And then we're going to assert that the score is 0. Clearly, this should fail, because we'll throw the exception. And it does fail as expected. So now we'll go in and, well, we'll just return 0. That'll get the test to pass. And I'm going to turn the repetition off, because even though it doesn't take a lot of time, it takes enough milliseconds that I'm gonna bump this down. Bump it down to 10. I mean, honestly, I could delete this test now. Because unless I'm going to change the properties of a die, like I'm gonna have an 8-sided die or a 12-sided die, but for a 6-sided die, this implementation is done. It's never gonna change. And none of its dependencies is ever going to change, right? So we can look at this class and we can say, okay, what does this depend on? Well, it depends on random. Well, random's not going to change. I mean, the values change, but the implementation and how we use it is not going to change. And so this code's not going to change, again, unless I change what side die it is. There is an implicit assumption that this is a 6-sided die. And so I might want to note that somewhere. But given the constraints of the game and given the information about the game, I don't feel that that's necessary. So I'm actually happy to delete the test. And this is something that, talk about what people don't like to do, right? Deleting tests is something that is really hard for folks to do, because we have a bias called a sunk cost fallacy and loss aversion. And these things make us not want to delete things that, even if they're never going to fail. Because once that we got that code working and we were assured that it was strictly within 1 to 6 and it got all the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we don't need to keep it around anymore. It's never going to fail. And a test that never fails is not a useful test. All right, and this goes back to, why do we have the test fail in the first case when we're doing TDD? Is so that we know it will provide information at some point. But if we never saw it fail, we actually don't know if it will ever fail. because our tests are still code. And so we make mistakes. So if a test will never fail again, right, for something really trivial like our dice roll, delete the tests, right? We used it as scaffolding, right? When you build a building, there's stuff that's inherent in the building, like the walls and the columns. But there's stuff that's temporary, like your scaffolding. Once the building is done or can hold itself up, or you don't need access to the outside of it, you get rid of the scaffolding. So that test was basically scaffolding. And so we get rid of it. Okay, so what we want to do next is run all our tests. Okay, so all our tests are passing, including this one that we just wrote. Right, so this returns 0. Great. We know it doesn't do exactly what we need to do, so now we're doing triangulation. So we'll do another test where roll of 1, 2, 5, 5, 6 scores 10 for 5's category. And so we'll do the same thing. Yacht, new, var, and then int score. Yacht score is 5s, and we said 1, 2, 5, 5, 6. And then we can assert that score is equal to 10. So obviously this will fail because 0 is not 10 last time I checked. So we predicted it would fail, and we predicted, again, this goes back to my predictive TDD cycle. We not only predicted it would fail, but we predicted how it would fail. And again, this is something that's really important, I find, because it makes sure we're sort of in sync, that what's in our head is in sync with what's in the code base. And that's sort of the difference between sort of this view of the cycle is a very simplistic view. And that's why I kind of prefer this as the cycle. It's a bit more descriptive of what's happening at each part. So over here, we're basically in red, right? So these 4 pieces, we're in red. And so there's actually a lot of steps to being in sort of the red state, right? We figured out what should it do. We figured out how do we know it does it. We wrote the test, failed to compile. We made it compile. We wrote the least amount of code to make it compile. We returned 0. We predicted how we wrote the least amount of code to make it compile with throwing an exception. We predicted it would fail, right? We went around that the first time. Now we're going around it where it doesn't always fail to compile. But now we didn't have to do any work to get the test to compile, but now we predicted how the test would fail, right? We expected 10, but we knew that we're going to get 0. We run the test, it fails in the predicted way. Now we get to write the least amount of code to make it pass. Well, we could say return 10, but we know what's going to happen, right? We know if we do that, we basically flipped which test is going to fail. And we're allowed to skip these steps. So yesterday, Stragger being the appropriately trollish, which was totally fine, we don't have to be pedantic about these steps. We can use our judgment. Because if we're wrong, we can fix it. If we find that we were taking too big of steps, and what's interesting is I was reminded of this because we're reading as part of the book study group that we're doing, which, by the way, you're still welcome to join. We're actually doing a book study group on Kent Beck's test-driven development by example. And he talks about this. He basically says, as you get better at this, as you get more experience, you can start going faster, taking slightly larger steps. Because what's the worst thing that happens? a test fails that didn't, or it failed in an unexpected way, or it passed unexpectedly, right? Something unexpected happened and you're not sure what happened, you take a couple of steps back and then take smaller steps, right? You undo what you did and you take smaller steps. And in fact, he codifies this in what's called test commit or revert. And the idea being, if you take too long and or incorrectly solve or incorrectly get the thing to pass, you basically undo all the code and try it again. The idea being, we get to try again, and we get to take steps backwards because we are taking these step by step, and we know we can always get back to green because we're never far from green. And that's one of the most important things, is that you stay close to green. In other words, you don't spend too much time being in red. I think I tweeted it yesterday or posted it, like, you want to be in red for about a minute. If you can't get to red in about a minute, go back to green and try again. Now, we're not going to be quite that constrained. But the idea is you want to stay in green, be in green most of the time. Because that way, if you're in red and something doesn't work and you don't know what happens, you step back to green and you haven't, what, 5 minutes? It was 5 minutes ago, maybe 10 minutes ago. Whereas if you take much larger steps and do big steps at a time, and maybe you're in red for half an hour, well, now if you're like confused and don't know what's going on, you might have to undo a fair amount of work. So we know that returning 10 won't help us. So we need to do something else. We may say, let's see, string. We can look to see if there's anything in here that helps us. Say roll. We can say contains a 5, but that doesn't really help us. So we might have to sort of iterate through it. And so what we're going to end up doing is something similar to probably like this loop. So let's do that. And I am totally fine with pretty much copying and pasting code to get a test to pass. Because there's the refactoring step that we can do later. And not much later. So this will fail, but if we say equals 5, because let's say we think that's good enough. Yeah, well, now we're looking for 5s. So we do that, we run it, but it fails because we were expecting 10, but we got 2. Right? Now, this might have failed in an unexpected way. Maybe we thought this was going to work. Maybe you thought this was going to work. I kind of knew this wasn't going to work. But maybe you thought this was going to work. And so now we're at the point where it's like, what's wrong? But the area of code that we now have to look at is very small because we just had a passing test. We changed code. The only code we changed was here. So therefore, the problem must be here. And in fact, we can say, this is the problem, how we're incrementing the score. So now we can just do, okay, so it's score plus equals 5. And I think that'll work. So we'll run it. I'm pretty sure this will pass. And it does. So now we're in green, right? We were in green. We were in red for a little bit. We figured out what the problem was. The space of where that problem could be hiding was not large. And we found it and fixed it. And now we're back at green. And so now we can look for duplication. So duplication is one of the things that we want to do sort of in terms of the rules of simple design. Or the principles of TDD is we want to have the design remain simple. But simple is not easy. Hey, Brainwashed, is it using substring so it returns a string instead of a caret? Yeah, we could have done caret. That's true. I forgot about that. That probably would have been smaller. But now that we have a passing test, we can say, oh, that's a much better idea. Let's change it to use character at. This is 5. So let's see. Let's say I don't know if this works. Maybe it works. But I don't have to think a lot about it. I can just run the tests. And it passes. That's interesting. Does it support that? I don't know. Generally, can we do that for... I don't think so. Do we want it to be that? Or that? Let's try that. We probably have to do like... Oh, we could do chars. Oh, we could do that. Okay, so what we can do instead is we can say roll.chars or cars. So now we've got an int stream. And then we can say, what would it be? It would be not sum. So we would say filter c equals 5, and then sum. And then we can return that. Let's see if that works. $106? Ah, okay, so we've got the conversion between the int and the char. So yes, we are at the refactoring stage because we were in green and we were not happy with the code. So we are currently in refactoring stage. So we tried something, it didn't work. Now we could say, well, because this is integers, we're 5. We want to actually get the value of it. Can we do a map? I don't think so. I mean, I guess we could. We could do a map, which is C to C minus, I don't know, we'd have to figure out what it is. 48? Yeah, that worked. So I could use count, right? So this is kind of this kind of sucks. Like, I knew it was 48 because I'm remembering the ASCII table in my head, and like, how would I shift the ASCII value of the number 5 to its actual value? So yeah, that kind of sucks. But again, we're in green, and so now we can play with something again. So maybe if we do count and then multiply by 5, that would be better. Right, the 106 was the ASCII total. So if we filter and then we say count, and then we then say multiply by 5, what is not right here? It's because, oh, it's a long. So we'll just cast it to an int. So let's see if that's better. So that works. Right, and so because we're in the green state, in the refactoring state, we can try a bunch of different things and see which one do we like. Do I like this one? Maybe. So one thing that we're seeing though, so now we can take a look and say, okay, this is not bad. I don't know of any other ways to improve it, given that we are working with a string. I'm open to suggestions, but I think this is probably the best we can do in terms of something that is as simple as possible, but still works. Yeah, I don't know that map of parseInt with a value of that that's worse. I think that's worse. I think this is pretty okay, but we're constrained with string. So the next step might be to say, well, the way to simplify this would be, well, what if we didn't have strings? What if we just had ints, right? What if we didn't? If this filter was much easier, it would be much easier if we had an array of ints or some list of ints. So that would require us to change the signature of how a role is stored. But we can do that, right? We've got a bunch of passing tests. But like mentioned earlier, we might, since we're changing some of the contracts, right, of what we're accepting here and here, we might find that we're going to have to change a bunch of our tests. But we don't have to do that all at once. So let's go. But before we do that, let's take what we learned by doing this and apply it to score as ones. So in a sense, we're copying stuff back. We're going to copy this back here, and we know we want 1 here. And now now we can just do count, because we can multiply it by 1. And if we want to be obvious about it, we could do that. Right? This multiply by 1 is a no-op, but what we're saying is we want to take the count and multiply by 1, and we'll see that that's necessary for the next refactoring step. So now we run all our tests. They should pass, and they do. So now what we can do is we can do remove duplication. So we've simplified, and now we go back to removing duplication. So this obvious duplication is, well, there's duplication here, but what's different about these two? Well, it's this, right? Brainwashed, I have a question. Would this ×1 be removed when compiled to bytecode? Yes, I would be surprised if that multiplication by 1 was not removed during compilation. It's multiplied by a constant. It knows what the constant is. It would throw it away. If it doesn't, I would be very surprised. We could look at the bytecode. Should we look at the bytecode? The bytecode might be messy though, because it's a stream with a lambda. But let's see if we can look at it. Let's go go over here. We're in the right place. Let's go into the target, and we want classes. And we want the code we're looking at is the Yacht code. So what is it? Java P. What do we want? So Java P is the Java disassembler. And basically it takes a compiled class file and will show us the bytecode for it. We would like, I don't think we want the line number table. We do want to show everything. So let's do Java P -P -C. Let's be verbose too. And we want it to disassemble yacht.class. Okay, so that was a bunch of stuff. What we want to do is, so here's our scores as fives method. We can see that it takes a string, it's public. We can see it invokes converting it to an int stream. It invokes the predicate. Then it calls filter, and then it calls count. And it loads it, it multiplies it. This one multiplies it by 5. So this is the one where it multiplies it by 5. And oh no! lconst 1. Well, this is a constant. And so this is That's interesting. I would have expected the compiler to get rid of it, but it looks like it does do a constant multiplication and then convert long to integer. So it's possible that the compiler's not doing that and it leaves it up to the runtime. I guessed wrong. That'd be interesting to research. One of the things I'm not sure about is yeah, I kind of would have expected it to do that because that's a fairly simple optimization. But it's possible it just leaves it up to the runtime to decide and it gets rid of it at the runtime. I mean, that's one of the interesting things about Java is the compiler can be less smart than it needs to be because the runtime could be super smart. Yep, time to go back to C. We're down here. Thank you for asking me to do this because actually this was really interesting. But hey, at least it was a load constant 1 as opposed to trying to convert the 5 directly from the constant table, which is what this is doing. All right, that was cool. Yeah, Java doesn't really have much in the way of optimization flags. At least the compiler doesn't. It's pretty straightforward. Just compile it. Actually, I'm curious what compiler I'm using. Languages. Build compiler. Java compiler. Generate debugging info. Report user features. Generate no warnings. Yeah, there's not a lot here. I mean, there are some options. I don't think there's much in the way of optimizations for that. That'd be a great question to ask, like on one of the Java compiler lists. Anyway, so oh well, it doesn't get rid of it, but honestly, it will not affect runtime because I'm sure there's no way to prove it, or no easy way to prove it, but I'm pretty sure at runtime it's going to get thrown away. So, and even so, oh my god, it's an integer multiplication. In fact, we could do some optimization. We could basically pull this out of the cast. And then it doesn't have to do the long to. Actually, I'm curious. So it was you loading the long constant of 1. Since it's now going to be the int constants of 1, will that change things? Let's see. So that's the 5L. So now it's an iconst 1. But it's an integer constant with an integer multiplication, as opposed to a long constant with a long multiplication. So that's going to be, even if it executes, it's going to take almost no time at all. So I'm not concerned about that. Okay, let's do the same thing here, just cause. So now these are symmetrical in the sense that they look similar. Which means it's ideal for us to pull out. And the way I would refactor this is I look at these two methods and say, well, what are the things that are different between the two? And it's pretty clear what it is. So we can pull this out into a variable. But it doesn't need to be in here, which is ridiculous. Why did it put it here? That's hilarious. We can move that out to here. And then undo that. And then we can then pull this out into, whoops, into count. And then we return count times 1. And then probably sonarlint says count. Actually, IntelliJ says we can simplify that. Thank you, IntelliJ. We knew that. And so then this is another thing that we need to parameterize. And so it's, we'll say this is value. And so what we've done through these refactorings, right? These were all automated refactorings, just extract variable, is I've sort of accumulated or pushed or consolidated the things that vary into here. So now I can take this, and this entire thing is now generalized. And I can extract it to a method, which is calculate, if I can spell calculate, calculate score. And then what I can do is I can then re-inline these variables. So inline this, and then inline this. And now I can basically just replace this method with calculate score, the roll, 5, and 5. And all I have to do is run the test. I actually should have run the test before, but I can run them now. And they all still pass. And so now I've got these two methods, which are now as simple as I could possibly make it, given the constraints that we're working with the string. And I could sort of maybe play with this a bit, but I think this is fairly this is fine. I could move the cast down to here, but you know, this is fine. And so now, and I should probably commit, so let's do that. I should have committed earlier. My commit bot is not here, i.e. Simon Gearing. So let's commit. So basically, deleted die test, as we no longer need it to test die roller random die roller functionality. It won't change the future. And then we added scoring for 5s. Right? And simplified the implementation of scoring for 1s and 5s, moving duplication.
It's delicious. Yeah.
Everybody's a critic. Right. So now we can go back to our tests. And it's kind of interesting. It's like, well, okay, I mean, this still isn't great. If we convert over to integers in some way, as opposed to storing stuff as strings, that might be easier. But let's go and add, you know, score for the rest of them. So roll of, let's do 3s next. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Scores 0 for 3s category. Now we could do this, but we've done this twice now. And so it's going to be exactly the same thing. So I feel like, I don't need it. Plus, we're not working with an opaque box here, right? In other words, we can look at the code. We know how it's implemented. We know we're going to reuse that method we extracted. And so, I don't feel the need to write sort of this 0 test. I just want to maybe have a test that has a couple of 3s in it. Let's have it have 3 3s, because 3. And so then it'll be pretty much the same as this other test. So it's 1, 3336. We assert that the score is going to be equal to 9, but we're not scoring it as 5s. Now, let's say I did this, right? Let's say I copied this and I just totally blanked on actually changing it. And so this is sort of the downside of copying and pasting, right? You forget to change something. But let's say we did this. So we run our tests and it fails. We're like, that's weird. Actually, it shouldn't have even compiled. And so now we can say, oh, oops, we didn't define a new method. So now it doesn't compile, right? So our expectation should have been that it shouldn't compile, and we need to fix that, right? And this is why you're always constantly, when you're doing TDD, you're constantly running the tests, and you're constantly following this track around. And if you miss a step or you skip something, and you end up, it's like, well, wait, why is stuff passing? Or why is stuff failing in an unpredicted way? That should be a surprise, and that should sort of wake you up from this mindless copying and pasting that I just did. So let's fix this. We'll create this method. This is a roll. We're going to return 0. I could throw an exception, but I'm just going to return 0. It'll fail because this 0 is not 9. And now we know how to implement it, which is just calculate score, pass in the right thing. And now if we run it, it should pass. And so now we've got 1s, 3s, and 5s. We could go ahead and implement the rest of them with just a couple of tests. And so we might now want to say, well, I'm still not happy with this string thing. Do I have a test for calculate score? No, I do not. Calculate score is a private method. And I'm glad you asked that, because calculate score is a private method, and we do not test private methods. And this goes back to what was brought up before about all of a sudden having to change a whole bunch of tests because you were writing your tests sort of too close to the code. Right? Calculate score may be a private method, may exist as a method, but from the outside, the way we talk to Yacht is not through calculate score. We talk to it with scores 3s, scores 5s, things like that. How this is done internally should be completely, the outside world should be oblivious to how it's implemented. Because it could change, and it should be allowed to change, right? From the outside world, nobody knows that this exists, so therefore it gives us the freedom, right? And this is a core part of encapsulation. And this is why we do not test private methods, is because that's the decision that the class should be able to make, how to do it. Maybe it doesn't like, we find a different way to do it, and we'll look at that. And then relying on calculate score could then be problematic. All right, so let's go ahead and write a couple of tests to flesh out. Actually, I think this is good enough for now. Let's do a commit, because what I want to get to is added for freeze. Did I run all the tests? Yes, I did. Okay. Hold on. Where's my little wrench? Yep. Oh, there it is, down there. Okay. I don't want to perform code analysis. I don't care about checking the to-dos. Don't perform the code analysis either here. We will optimize imports and reformat code. Okay. That's what I wanted. Go away. Okay, good. Now we don't get annoying stuff that we don't care about. So now I want to look at, okay, I'm not happy with this being a string. We could look at the roll dice and say, we could say, well, this is okay, but I'm really not happy about this. This is kind of ugly. And we might be able to find a different way to generate it as a string, but maybe strings are just really the wrong data structure. Right? Strings are a data structure too. The wrong way to restore things. So Afi asks, when do we know that's the right time to refactor the score as into one method instead of 5? You mean when do we know that we don't want to have these explicit methods with the category name as part of it? I think that's what you're asking, but I'll wait to see if that's what you're asking. I thought so. It gave me a chance to have some coffee too. We'll know when something gets awkward. So what's happening right now is because we have no constraint, we're missing a constraint that we would normally have, and I've sort of sidestepped it because I didn't want to. I wanted to focus on sort of the TDD, the sort of the core TDD. But what we're missing is how the heck does a player interact with the system, right? So we're missing the whole constraint of where's the UI, where's the or if this were interacting with another non-user, non-person client, another machine, let's say, where is that? Where is that thing that's communicating with the outside world so that the game can be played? And since we're missing that, we're missing something that would constrain us and would show us, boy, this is really awkward. We should fix this. But right now, there's nothing. There's no such constraint, so we don't know to change it. So maybe let's look at that next. So Vivek says, is it possible for calculate score to get the value from the CH? Yeah, we could do that. That's a bit of duplication that I don't feel strongly about, but we could totally do it. It would simplify the method signature, but it would possibly hide a little bit. We could do it. I don't feel. Yeah, we could get one from the other. Right. We can certainly translate one to the other. And so the question is, do we feel that passing it this way and this way and this way is duplication? If we felt that, we could probably do it. I kind of have a feeling that we're. It doesn't feel compelling enough, though. If I added one more, maybe I might feel compelled too. So we have a few different directions we can go. More important, what does that represent? Hey, William. Right, and that's not clear. The only way we'd know what the heck these things are is by looking at the parameter names, and they're not great either. So perhaps we want to modify those because the documentation on those is not great. We do get a sense, though, that score is ones is telling us that these are ones, and score is threes is telling us that these are threes. But that's a good point. That like it's not necessarily these variable names suck. So this would be. We could probably come up with some better names for this. So instead of value, which is kind of generic, we can say score value, which isn't much better. Hey Bob, welcome. So if it asks, I would yes, unless there's a situation in the future where we have them different. So what we've been doing is when I think about adding tests, when I think about sort of more complex, we sort of handled the categories which are very similar. But if we look back at the game, we see that there's not just 1 through 6s. There are now these special kinds of things. And so I think we've explored this space pretty comprehensively. And we may say, I'm not happy about this character, but that's because I'm not happy about the string being how we store a role. But we could call this maybe, die. And this maybe, score for die. I think that the tests are okay. I'm not maybe thrilled about the naming, but we can maybe die side. That's better. Well, yes. So one of these could be categories, and we'll see that, and it may not be clear here where we're at because we've only explored sort of this part of the category space, but now we've got like these other things. So we could say, I don't know, which one would we want to do? Maybe full house. And once we do that, then the name, the domain name, right? A name that's part of our domain language, right? Because it's up here, categories used, so it's part of our domain, is going to start coming into our code, because right now it's not. Let's commit. Slightly improved naming. So let's go. This is our. Trying to think of what would cover the names of these categories, because I want to create now a separate test. Did I run the tests? Thought I did, but maybe I didn't. Okay, thank you. I would love it if before I committed, it automatically ran the tests. That would be cool. So this this one is scoring. I'm going to call it simple categories, or Yacht scoring number categories test. Is that a thing? Can I do that? Well, that's a pre-commit hook. I guess I could get Git to do it, but it would be nice to do that within the IDE. There is a way. Let me see. There is. So I could do before launch, I could run the tests, but I don't think I can do that before commit. Unless there's some option in the VCS stuff. I'll have to look at that. Yeah. Anyway, so we've renamed this to basically say this is scoring the number categories, and now I'll have to look at and see if there's a way to do that within ID. Because what I'd like is basically once I'm in here, before it does the commit, it actually would run the tests. I'm sure most people wouldn't want that, but I know I do. There is a plugin that I used to use called Infinitest that would basically run the tests anytime there's a code change. But I haven't tried it in a while because last time, and this was a while ago, it didn't work all that well in IntelliJ. Because the one advantage that Eclipse has over IntelliJ still is that Eclipse doesn't require all your code to compile before it can run tests. That's like the only thing that I think Eclipse still does better than IntelliJ. So therefore, in the sort of the Infinitest plugin works better in that domain. So, but I can use the shortcut Control R from within the dialog, so that's not bad. Oops, except lost scope. So do that. So now we want to create a new test. This is going to be Yacht scoring. Let's do full house test. Yes, please. If I remember correctly, you put a script in get hooks with the name of when it should run. Then if the script returned non-zero exit code, it would stop the commit. That would probably be useful as a backup, just so I... although, there are times when I would want to commit a failing test. I'm not sure if I want to put that in there. What I'd like is... And I was going to say, I bet I could write a plugin, except I've written plugins for IntelliJ, and they're not fun. They're not fun to write, because APIs change all the time. They're not clearly documented. You end up looking at other implementations of plugins to see how do they do that. It's not a fun experience. But writing a plugin like that might... Because what I'd like is if I hit commit and it runs the tests and they fail, I should still have the option of committing. But it should basically say, are you sure you want to commit this stuff? I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. Rhino JVR? Tend to do unit test check in a pre-push, which would allow a commit to a failing test but preserve the sanity repo. That's a good idea. Yes. So I would not generally want to push broken code. I'm trying to think if there's ever a time. I mean, other than like for my training stuff, I would never want to push a failing test with into the main branch. Yeah, so I can mark tests as disabled with JUnit, and it basically will skip them. And so that is not as good as a failing test because you can accidentally overlook it for quite some time. You can accidentally ignore it. In fact, it used to be called ignore in JUnit 4, and go on your happy merry way. I actually like to end, if possible, sort of whatever working session I'm in with a failing test, so I'm certainly reminded of what to do next time. Peyton rules. I like that. Force push broken code. Awesome. I'm sure that gets you lots of friends. Rhino Javer says, last company I worked at, 60% chance the project would be broken at a 9 a.m. pull because of devs pushing broken stuff at 5 p.m. the previous day. But see, I would be like, why isn't there not a continuous integration system that is preventing the push of broken stuff? So I think that's horrible that people were pushing stuff that was broken, but it's even worse that the system allowed them to do that. Well, okay, that's a separate issue. if there are no tests, oh, okay. If there are no tests, then yes, then why bother having a continuous integration system? But if there are no tests, yes, then please make it a previous company, right? Change your organization or change your organization. Oh man. Hey Trampstars, was helping a friend with CV. Cool. Hope that's going well. All right, so let's write a test for full house. So what is sort of the simplest full house case? The simplest full house case is so the scoring works if you have 3 of one number and 2 of another, you basically just get the sum of all dice. Now, if you so presumably, as it says here, if a category is chosen but the dice do not match the requirements of that category, you get a 0. So if you say full house, but it's not a full house, you get 0. So that would be the simplest case. So with non-full house roll scores 0. And so I'm not being explicit here in my name because it sort of doesn't matter how it's not a full house. It's just that it's not a full house. There are variations on this game, so there might be more categories. Like I think the official Yahtzee game. No, that's also Yacht. But Yahtzee is trademarked. Does it have more categories? So it's got the upper section. They call the ones aces. So it's got 3 of a kind, 4 of a kind. We don't have 3 of a kind. They've got small straight and large straight, little straight, big straight. It's the same thing. What they call a Yahtzee, what we call a yacht. They call it chance instead of choice. So it looks like the only additional category is 3 of a kind. Yeah, I think that. So they call upper section versus lower section, which is a nice way of splitting it. I don't see a pairs, but there's so many variations of this, right? Like it's dice poker, and so you could grab any of the rules from poker and just apply it. So you could do pairs, if you wanted to. I'm sure there's a variation that does that. There's a joker rule. Final round, 3 of a kind, 4 of a kind. Full house, large straight. Optimal strategy. Etc. 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 Okay. But we're using the non-trademarked version. Min-max? Not sure what that is. Okay, so what we want is, so let's create a yacht. No. And, we want to score as full house. So we'll create that method. Roll the unsup. Oh, some of dice in min, some of dice in max, but you try to have as low or high sum. Oh, interesting. That's not a full house. Last time I checked. So here we can I want to create another shortcut. Let's go create another shortcut. Let's take this one, copy it, and this is going to be assert 0. And so this is assert that is 0. And I can say assert 0, and that's going to be score, which I seem to have forgotten to assign. That was weird. That should have worked. Oh, because the method doesn't return it. Ah, that's why. Okay. All right. So Kangarooster says, and then there's scoring like subtracting 1s times min or something. Oh, max minus min times 1s. Huh. Oh, Yamb. Yeah, I think I've heard of that one. Like again, there's like so many variations of this. I mean, there's Yahtzee, and there's Cheerio, which apparently nobody's defined. I guess over here. So there's Cheerio, right? So the number categories, 3, 4, 5 of a kind, a run of 4, which I guess is straight, a Cheerio, then there's the sum. Yeah, there's all sorts of variation. So actually, that's a good. So we said scoring number category, so that's what we called it, which is good. Okay, let's run this test. I expect this to fail with an exception, so we can go fix that. And we can return 0. Yeah, so what is the difference between Yahtzee and Yacht? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6s. Oh, okay, so here's the pairs. 1 pair, 2 pair, wow. 1 pair, 2 pair, 3 of a kind, 4. So this is very much closer to poker. Two pairs in Full House must have different numbers so that the combination of 1, 5, 5, 6 will score 22 in 2 pairs. But 1, 5, 5, 5 will score nothing in that category. Oh, that's an interesting rule. So Full House, if I pass in all 1s, does that count? Interesting. Yeah, so Yahtzee, not Yahtzee, but Yahtzee, seems to be the most, has the most categories. Yeah, what you just said. I don't think we'll do that. I think fewer categories are going to be better for us. So we ran the tests. They all pass. Let's go. I'm going to hydrate with my coffee, and I'm going to take a coffee break soon. Thank you, Brainwashed. I'm out of coffee. That means that I need to take a coffee break soon. Roll of... So let's see. So 1, 1, 1, 3, 3, 3, 5, 5, Full House scores Full House as 19. Now let's close that. I don't want to get confused. Close that. Okay. So Full House, 3 of one number and 2 of another. It's just the sum of all dice. Okay. So that is 19. In fact, so we say no, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 is not 3 1s and 2 1s. It's 5 1s. Yeah, and so they're saying that, and we can decide on what we want for that rule. So a yacht cannot be scored on Full House. Right, so if I had 5 5s, I could not score that as a Full House. That's the rule. So we'll make that rule. I'm going to do that here. Roll of 5 5 5 5 5. 5 scores Full House, or scores as 0. I should stop saying Full House because we're in the Full House test. That's the advantage of so a lot of folks tend to write one test class per one class that's under test. You don't have to do that, right? So I tend to subdivide my test classes, especially if I know I'm going to have a bunch of them, into sort of more feature-like things. Even though I may have one class that's doing the work, I have multiple test classes sort of divided along features. I'm going to put this as leave this alone. Let's disable it. Does it take a parameter? Yeah. Not yet. Just so we don't forget that we want to do that. So here, and now we want to assert that the score is equal to 19, except this should be 33355. So this most certainly will fail. And it does. So this is going to be much harder than the number categories. So how should we do this? Transstars, is this how I actually develop with TDD, where a hard-coded value still can't hard-code anymore? Pretty much. Sometimes I'll skip the hard-coding if it's like obvious. The next step is obvious. In fact, again, Kent Beck talks about this in his book. If the next step is obvious, right? So, for example, if I was going to implement another numeric category, 4s, I wouldn't bother with hard coding it because it's obvious what the implementation is. I reuse calculate score. Here, though, it's not obvious what my next step is, and so I'm gonna figure out how to triangulate it. But yeah, because my goal is always I want to have a failing test, and I want it to fail for the right reason. That way, I know my test is providing the information that it needs to provide. If it doesn't, then, and that it succeeds when it should succeed. Yeah. So let's see. Oh, thank you for the follow, Lauren Malvo. Oh, and I missed some other earlier follows, like Zucker1990. Thank you for the follow. This one's a bit tricky. This one we'd have to deal with sort of runs of things. So what is the silliest way that we could implement this? We could call calculate score for 3s and calculate score for 5s. You might say, that's cheating. And yes, I am cheating because I don't know quite what to do next. So I'm gonna take the easy way out. This will make the test pass. Oh no, it didn't. Oh, interesting. Ah, it did make the test pass, and it broke the other one. So that's progress. Transfers, when I was watching the video on demand this morning, it said first change the test and then change the code. And it got instant flashback from last week where I actually learned that the hard way. I'm sorry for the flashback, but yes. So what's interesting is this made this test pass, but this one no longer passed. So we're sort of, it's a step in, at least in the somewhat of the right direction. And that happened because we happened to choose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this solution is not going to work. But it did get our test to pass. So the question is, can we mess with this to make it pass both of these, right? And this is where we get to triangulation. Right, we've got two competing tests that are forcing us to do something that will be generalizable for both. Yeah, I'm all about cheating. So how can I cheat even more? can I do something like roll.cars distinct count, and then say if that so if distinct, if I'm gonna rename that, if distinct count, so if distinct count is greater than 2 or is basically not equal to 2, return 0. Will that work? Yeah. Oh, I could do a group by 2. So basically we're saying if we didn't find if we found more than 2 distinct values, we know it's not a full house. And one of the possibilities, so can we group by, will that make it easier? Yeah, because we're still faking this. So we can't write any more code because we don't have a failing test. So let's go write another failing test. Let's write one that is, oh, we could do this one, but not yet. I feel like we need another variant. Roll of 22666 scores as, what is that? 10, 22? 2, 4, 10, 16, 22, yeah. So we'll create a yacht. And we'll say int score equals yacht, score is full house. And we'll say 22666. And then we can assert that score is equal to 22. Or 2 plus 2 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6. Right? Let's make it obvious what we're doing here. Why not? Let the computer do the math. Why should we do math? I don't like using my brain if I don't have to. Alright, so this one will fail because we're only scoring 3s and 5s, so this will be 0. So we expect 0 because it'll pass the distinct category or guard clause, but we won't get the right total. And as expected, we got 0 instead of 22. Just so I can get a better error message. Yeah. Vivek said, just saw how I can fix my duplication problem instead of making a generator function, use a generator expression. I expected to not get what I expected. This is why the expectations I really, really like them. Okay, so now we need to generalize in a different way. So we could take the values out of this and then sort of pipe it into calculate score. We do that. Would that kill 2 birds with 1 stone? If not, we could look at the group by. But this might work. So if we do distinct, and then we do map. So we mapping, what are we mapping? We're mapping ints. What is it? Die. And okay, here we go. So we won't want count. So what we want is we want to feed this into calculate score. Roll. God, I have no idea if this is going to work. And then, and Now, funny enough, is here's where we'd like to have it just take a single value, which is die. So since we don't have that yet, let's make one. Create that. And then that basically return, calculate score, roll. We want to create a character. I don't want get numeric value. I want the other way around. How do I convert an int to its character value? I could just do plus 48. But I thought there was a better way. I don't know. I'll just do this. Will that let me do that? Sure. This is really ugly. I don't care. We want to just make this thing work. We're doing the simplest thing that could possibly work. Or sometimes it feels like the stupidest thing that could possibly work. What happened? Why is it not like this? Oh, because it doesn't return anything. Duh. Okay. And maybe IntelliJ will... Oh, I could just do a cast right away. Thank you, IntelliJ. See, all I have to do is write dumb code and let IntelliJ smarten it up for me. Why should I worry about being smart? Okay, so calculate score... This is just a map right away. Can I do that? Required long. No. Oh, well, this is no longer distinct count. Do I need to store the intermediate thing? I could store this as an intermediate stream. And then I can say distinct dot count. And then this is actually the score that we're going to return. So we can just move this down to here. And get rid of this. Sum. What's it telling us about this? I have no idea if this is going to work, but that's what we got tests for. Okay. I can't do that because I've already used up the stream. All right, that's fine. Here we'll do roll cars, and here we'll do that. Is that what it was complaining about? That it didn't actually want to tell me what it was complaining about? Well, that didn't work. Both of them ended up being 0. Oh, I got it the wrong way around. Die is not the integer. Die is the actual char. So this is that, right? Or is it no? Well, it kind of is. Boy, this is a confusing stream because this is an int, but the ints are actually cars. So let's do that. Let's cast that. And then we can do die, and this is then die minus 48. Not gonna work? If not, we'll trash and start over. Alright, well, I don't know if that's closer or not. Did I get the right order? Yeah. let's see. So that's still 0. That was 47, and that was 62. So I feel like we're sort of correct, but that the char stuff is throwing us off. Boy, this is really annoying. Having to deal with cars. I never know how to pronounce it. I don't know why. Let's do this. I'm gonna scrap this code because I think now we've gotten to the point where I'm not thrilled with using strings. But maybe we'll come up with a better idea. It seems like this should work. Because if we got the distinct, then we want to calculate the score for each one. It feels like that should work. But I don't want to spend too much time thinking about that. So let's do this. Let's take a break, since I've been streaming for almost 2 hours straight. We'll take a, not quite a lunch break, but longer than a coffee break. So we'll take a 15-minute break. And when we come back, we'll scrap this and try again. Mike suggested group by, so maybe we can do that, or we can just figure out what the heck is wrong with calculate score, or we can scrap it entirely and refactor away from string. That's another option. Back from our lunch break. So before the lunch break, we were struggling to get the full house tests working. And you'll have to excuse the background noise if you hear the gardeners. That's them using their loud machines to do their work. So what we were struggling with is our character. Fundamentally, we've got a couple of issues. One, I think the main one is we've got this sort of car to int problem. So, and we can convert between them, but constantly having to do that and having to use them in multiple places. We saw a bit of that with the calculate score method, taking both the die side and the score for the die. And so we probably suspected that there was something wrong, but it wasn't sort of an immediate problem. And so now it's become a problem. And so it's become a problem, so let's fix it. So what we want to do, though, is we're going to need to do a refactoring. But we can't do a refactoring right now because we've got some broken tests. So we know that these tests are eventually going to do the right thing. And there are different ways we could go. We could delete them and know that we could recreate them later. But I'm actually just going to disable them for now. And so if we run all our tests now, they should all be passing. The only test that's passing is where basically the full house is not scored at all. So we can go back to that. We can go back to our code now. And let's just trash some stuff. So let's get rid of pretty much just gonna go back to let's just delete the entire method. Let's start over. Let's go and so we'll get a stream of cars, which is now what's confusing is it's an int stream. But those ints are cars. So the character 5 does not have the int value of 5, right? And that's causing us some issues. So we could continue to do this, but I think what we want to do now, I'm just going to return this back to return 0. Let's go and fix this. Now, to fix this though, the fundamental problem is the fact that we're working with strings. and we're having to convert between cars and ints. Right, so that's really the fundamental problem. We've now learned that that is a real problem. We kind of avoided it for a bit, and maybe we could have done it earlier, but now it's pretty clear that that's not going to work. And so to continue to ignore it, that would be tech debt. That would not even be tech debt. That would just be bad coding. Right. So the difference is before we didn't really maybe know any better, but now we do. And to continue to ignore that fact would just be bad programming. So let's not ignore it. Let's address the fundamental issue of strings are not a great way to store the rolls of the dice. So let's go and change it. So what we want to do is we want to stay in green as much as possible. So the first thing is let's change our tests. Sorry, let's change let's go ahead and change our test. Let's go back to our number categories. And let's say we want to replace, so we could change our tests. So here's an interesting, we could change our tests first, but maybe we actually just change the code and we do a sort of a pure refactoring. So let's address this one. Calculate score, and then it does two things because roll is a string. But what we'd really like is we'd like to calculate score as if we had some integer array. Do we want to use an integer array? Actually, I think we want to use a list of integer, because that way we can. I mean, I guess we could always array stream it. I'm just thinking because list to stream is a bit easier than array to stream. And then we don't have to deal with arrays, which I just like to avoid. So let's see what happens if we go with a list. So what we can do is we can, although it would make it easier to do two-character array, but then we'd have to process each one and shift it. Let's do this. We'll convert to cars. Then we'll map them by basically saying minus 48. And then we will collect that. Can we collect that to a list? So, what doesn't it like about this? So unfortunately, the stream, what it's expecting here is a three-way collect. And that's kind of not what we want. So let's, and I'm sorry about all the noise. Hopefully that will go away soon. Actually, let me close the door. Hopefully that's a little better. If they finish this area this morning. So what we want to do is we want to convert this to basically a list of events. Problem is the map, we've basically lost unless we cast it. We're getting, so what are we getting out of this map? So we're getting out of this map. We're mapping the cars, gives us an in-stream. Yeah, so the problem is this dumps us right into an in-stream, which is a different kind of stream. Let's just do this. Actually, let's go a different way, because what I'm not quite sure of is what do I want the new non-string, basically API signature to look like. And since I'm not sure, let's go and implement another numeric category, but one that takes a different kind of dice roll. So let's do that. Let's go to our number categories. Let's go and do one. So roll of, we'll do, what didn't we do yet? We didn't do twos, so roll of 2, 2, 3, 4, 5 scores 4 for twos category. What we want to do here is we'll still create a yacht the normal way. Oops. And but instead we're going to call a method yacht.score as not fives but twos. And instead we're going to have list of 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so we're going to have a list of ints. We'll create that method. Takes a list of integers. Dice. And we'll throw an unsupported operation exception. And we expect this to then, for the score, to be equal to, what do we say, 4. We could say 2 plus 2. Right, so what we're doing is we're designing the API that we want with the new one. Right, so now we'll have a failing test. And indeed we do. We can go and fix it. And we can return 0. That will now fail in a different way. And now we can, whoops, and now we can go ahead and say, well, we can't return, we can't easily use the calculate score because we've got a list of integers. And so where we're going to is we want to end up where everything is just a list of integers and we're left with string not being used anywhere. So the next step is to implement something similar to our calculate score, but that basically operates on the dice. So we can say, we can say int count, and we can say dice, and we can go ahead and filter. First we'll have to map. Sorry, first we'll have to stream. Then we can filter. And our filter is, so this is twos. So our die equals 2. And then we can count them. And then we can return count times 2. What doesn't it like here? Long again. We'll just cast that. So now we expect this to pass. And so it does. And so now we can say we implemented scoring of twos using list of integer instead of a string. So now that we've done this, we can say, okay, well, what would it take to basically generalize this, right? We know that's where we're going. We did it before. We saw it before. So let's generalize this into a method. We'll extract it into a method, which is calculate score. Calculate score. Same method name, but it's overloaded, right? So it's a different method signature. Now it's just taking a list of dice. We'll see that we'll have to pull out a parameter, right? So this is slightly different than the way we did it before. Now what we can do is we can pull this value here out into a parameter. And this is score category. And it turns out that at least if score category is an integer, this can be score category as well. Right, so we did a refactoring, extracting this to a parameter, and then IntelliJ put the two here. And so now we got this nice method that takes the list of dice and the category we want to score it on. We run all our tests. It should still pass. And indeed it does. It's complaining it's always 2, but that will change. So now we've got all our tests passing. So let's commit, extracted, generalized, calculate score for list of integer. So now we have a general method. Now we can start replacing some of these. What we need to do is we need to convert, because now we've got these two different interfaces or two different method types, method signatures for here passing a string and here passing a list of int. So we want to replace all these with ones that so a tiny step is basically continuing to make them backward compatible, but eventually we want to get rid of this method. So let's go do that. I'm going to move this down, up. And so now we need to basically have a way of converting a string into a list of integers. The cars method wasn't working for us because we got an in stream. So let's see what else we got. So we could get bytes. That doesn't really help us. We could get the characters as an array, as a car array. But we could do that. Can we not do that? Oh, 2 character array. So we can get it as a character array, and then from there we can iterate through it, and basically convert it to a list. So we'll do this the super simple way. We'll call this dice, and we'll create a new list. New array list, and then here we'll just do dice.add, and what we're going to add is the integer, which is this, except we need to now adjust it for character get numeric value. I think that's what we want. I think that's what we want. Yes, what we're doing right now is because we want to stay green as much as possible. So we're making it backward compatible, because then the next step is, once it works, then we can start changing our tests to accommodate basically the change in method signature. So this is scaffolding temporary code. Now I didn't have to do this. I could have just immediately changed it and changed all our tests, but I want to show that you don't have to do that all in one step. So we'll get the numeric value of that. I think that'll work. And then instead of this, we'll basically say return calculate score that takes our list and 1. So this should still pass, and it does. And so now we can basically take this and push this into our basically our other calculate score method. So let's do this. Oops. And so again, we want to factor out the common thing, which is this number. We'll pull this into the parameter, and this is score category. How did it know that that should be called score category? So now calculate score looks like what we want, and then the next step will be this role will change to something else. Yes, so I've run my tests. They all continue to pass. And so I want to remain as green as possible, because that's the safest thing, and it will tell me as soon as I've gotten something wrong. So now what I can do is I can say, okay, let's go change the other ones. So we change score as 1s. We'll move this down. Score of 2s already is in the new interface. This one we can now change and simplify it. Right, because what we wanted was this, and that works. And we'll remove this, and that works. So that's all of them. And now what happens is this calculate score method, we can get rid of it because it's no longer used. So we've basically replaced it by this one, which is a bit easier to work with. And so let's commit. So replaced string var-based score calculation with list integer based version. Right, so we're no longer, we have one place where we're sort of temporarily getting the numeric value to convert between the two, but then we're just using directly this method that no longer has to deal with the character value of a die and the actual value of a die. So commit that. So now we're at the point where, okay, we have code that still works, that's backwards compatible. This is now a bit ugly, but now our goal is to get rid of this. And we only need this because this was the backward compatible one. So now we can go to our number categories test, and we can replace all the other strings one by one with the new interface. So we'll go ahead and change this one. So this is going to be list.of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we will have to make a compile. So in order to make a compile, unfortunately, it's not telling me, not offering me what I want, which is change the signature. So we'll go ahead and change it manually. I'll get to your question in a second. So what we now are doing is we're now changing the method signature. We now want to accept a list of integers. What's nice is we don't have to change the contents of the code because we already have one that's compatible with that. Now if we go back here, this is fine. And now we got to fix our compile errors. So here we need to change this to list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this one is list, no repeat is there. List of 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 3, 4, 5. So now things compile. Our tests should continue to pass. And they do, right? So the only red we were in was fixing up the compile errors. And then we can continue doing that to all the other methods and get rid of string. So let's see. Tramstar says, question about boundaries. Do I test only real world examples? For example, my method NB1 have a null check and then call method NB2. So method NB1 will never get null. Let's see. Would you test what would happen if method? So basically you're saying I got a method and I've got another one here in method 1, I check to see if it's null, and then I call method 2. Would I check for method null being check for the parameter being null in method 2? Possibly. It depends on is method 2 a private? In which case, no, obviously I won't. But if method 2 is public from another class, so null checks are a very specific kind of thing, but I might be doing validation. But my preference is to not do validation at all, is to basically use objects instead of primitives to provide that validation. So my tendency is to create in my domain core sort of no nulls allowed as much as possible. So that way, because otherwise you're gonna, are you gonna validate for null everywhere? You want to think about, well, where are the possible places it could be null, and only validate there. And for me, again, going back to hexagonal architecture, it's the edges where I want to check for those things. But inside my domain core, I should really not be doing much in the way of null checking. But in terms of other validation, I want to, as much as possible, we're in Java, statically typed language, take advantage of the types. So for example, and we'll see this, right now I've got list of integer. There is nothing preventing me right now from putting a 9 here. It's an integer, totally valid. So the question is, should I be checking that all of the dice, right, all the individual dies in here are valid? And I would say no. I know that was a bit more than you asked about your question, but what I want to do is certain levels of validation I want to push to the edge so that I only check them at the edge, and that once I'm safe inside of my core, I'm not doing any kind of, at least sort of this low-level validation. I might have other validation, but I want to push those to object creation, not sort of object processing. Let me know if that doesn't make sense or you want me to clarify anything. So we've got all our tests working. Let's go convert the other ones over. So list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. We'll go fix that. So this is list of integer. And our test should still pass unless I missed a compile error. I missed a compile error. So this is list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now our test should continue to pass. And then the last one we have to work with is the 4s. Oh no, I did the 4s. Oh, is that it? Let's go back here. Oh, scores is 3s. Go back there. So this one, this is list of 1, 3, 3, 3, 6. And we'll go here and fix this. So this is list of integer. Run our tests. They all pass. And now what we'll see is this calculate score that takes a string. It's never used. We can get rid of it. Bam, gone. So now we still have to fix this, but we're not using this right now, so I'll leave it alone. But now all of our scores, at least that we've implemented, take a list of integer. This one doesn't. So we should go fix this one. Even though these tests are disabled, we should convert them over. So let's do that. So this is list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is list of 3, 3, 3, 5, 5. And this is list of 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 6, 6, 6. Now we can go here, change this. This is list of integer. And we're fine. All the tests should still pass. We just changed the method signature. And now we can commit. Hey, Dr. XMCZ. So to prevent that 9 from happening, I'm going to create a class to replace the list of integers. I'm not sure. Either that, or I will create a class that wraps an individual die that is constrained. Yeah. So Tramstars asks, would I test what would happen in method 2 if I pass null? But in theory, that method won't get null because you're checking for null before calling method 2. And method 2, another class is public. Yeah, again, I have to look at what is the path to method number 2. Is it coming from a place where it might possibly reasonably be null? And again, I try to push that stuff to the edge. So if it's basically at the edge, then I will check for null. But as much as possible, I want sort of the possible places null can come into my system is very tiny, because I don't want to have to do validation all over the place. Because, you know, should I be checking for null in every method? Right? Anytime I pass an object, it could be null. Do I check for it everywhere? No. I check for it where I can reasonably expect it to be null. And I want to minimize those places if possible, not have them be null at all. Or if I know that they're going to be null, I will use optional. So for example, we see this when I use Spring Data to access methods where, you know, I'm doing a find by and I might not find anything. So null is a reasonable return value, but it's an optional, so I'm forced to handle it appropriately. But then I don't pass that optional around, and I don't pass null around. So that's my sort of bottleneck where I want to sort of everything go through there, where I do that null checking, but everywhere else, I'm not gonna check for it. So unit test standpoint. At the place where I'm checking for the null, yes. Basically, if I think I need to check for null, I can't write that code without having failing test. Right? Same rule applies. If I expect an exception to be thrown because I have passed in an argument that's illegal, how did I write that code? I wrote that code because I had a failing test. So that same rule applies. If I'm going to check for null, and that's fine, and if it's appropriate, or if I'm going to check for an optional, and I'm going to do something different, I have to have a failing test that forces me to write that code. Hey, Dota to Attitude. Right? Had I read your stuff better, I would have realized what you're saying. And basically, the rule applies: do not write production code without having a failing test. If I don't check for null, then I don't need a test. But it's the other way around. If I don't write a test for it, why would I be checking for null? Yeah, and I mean, it's once, like, that rule is, I think, hard to sort of internalize, but like, once you do, it's kind of amazing what happens, what falls out from that. Right, so right now we have no constraints around this list of integer. It could be anything, but I'm not writing code to check that just yet. Maybe because I'm sure that the only place this could be called from is something that generates the appropriate list, so there's no possible way it could be wrong. But if I thought it would be, was being parsed from some input that it was unknown, yeah, I would totally validate that. But as was mentioned by Dr. XMCZ, if I want to constrain this, the world of so we look at this thing, this list of integer, and there are two problems. One is, integer is a huge range. It could be anything, right? Almost any, right? It's literally any integer value, from negative, whatever billion to positive whatever billion. Clearly, dice roll are not that. So what we should be doing is we should be saying, well, no, we should not allow integer here. We should only allow something constrained to a six-sided die roll. More so, list of integer, so the list can be anything. It could be null, it could be, which maybe we don't worry about, but if we do, we write a test for it. It could be empty, or it could have a million entries in it. No constraints there either. So we've got two axes of unconstrainedness. And so from a type standpoint, we should be writing better types. We should be going to new classes and to value objects. But we're not going to do that because I want to push forward on the TDD aspect of this and not for the typing, even though there is a fairly tight relationship in it, because refactoring, you learn something, but I want to get the scores house full, and then we'll do that kind of refactoring. So Doja Addis says, would I write a test that states the calculate score function can return a value for randomly rolled dice? Well, so calculate score is a private method, so I would never write a test for it. Right, because it's private. So I don't write. And this actually happens to only calculate score for numeric ones. Because the score category is numeric. Right, so I don't have to test this with a completely unconstrained list of dice, because that can never happen. It's always going to be because one of these things called it. I don't think there is such a tool, Tramstars. At least I don't believe in the availability of such a tool. So you're surprised that it's not in the Yahtzee program and exported? So calculate score is more specifically calculates score based on a certain category. But the game is played by scoring it. This might turn out to be public if this score category becomes something programmatic. We haven't kind of gotten there yet. But this is simply this is private because it's used by these other methods. We're testing these other methods directly, so indirectly we're testing this, but this could change. But I feel like I'm not quite answering your question, so keep at it. We'll get there. All right. Did I run all my tests? Yes. Okay, so they all pass. So now we've completely eliminated string-based dice roll for scoring. Okay. Now we can go back to working on this thing. So we've got this test. This one's passing. So now we want to move on to this one. This one should fail. And it does, because 0 is not 19. So now what we can do is we can go and look at this and say, okay, how do we want to score this? So now we can... Aikido? Does that exist? Not in my world. Not in my universe. Not to say, you know, you don't use power tools like that, but it's a power tool. You have to have a good reason for it. So now we have something that's nicer to work with. So let's see if we can do stream. And what we'd like to do... So can we... What can we do? So William Wake, I don't know if he's still here, but we suggested group by. There's no real group by for just a stream of integers. We could do a reduce. Or we could do a map. So what is it we want to do? What we want to do is, well, let's go back to what we had before, because so we did the distinct, and then we did a count, and then we actually saved that into that, and we basically said if count not equal 2, return 0. Right, so that got us back to otherwise return, I don't know, -1. So that got us still passing the non-full house, returning 0. This one now we're returning -1. So now we could just return 19, and that will make the test pass. But you know, we know where this is going. So if the count is not 2, then what we'd like to do let's try this. So if we do a roll, we stream on this, and then we map. I think this is sort of what we had before. We map the die to calculate score of the roll with die as the category, and then we sum that up to map to int. Why is it not already an int? We do map. Oh, map to int here. Yes. Now we can do some. Oh, summary statistics. And what does this do? I haven't used this in a while. Well, that Java doc's not really helpful. Returns an in summary statistics. Thank you. So it gets us count, min, max, sum, and average. Yeah, that's not quite what we want. So we'll just do a sum. Let's just return that. Maybe it'll work. So we got 47. So interestingly, this is what we had gotten before, and we had suspected that this was due to the car int conversion, but it turns out that actually that's not the problem. At least it doesn't appear to be the problem. Oh, we didn't do distinct first. So what was happening is so for 33355, it was calculating the score for 3, but against the whole roll, and then the score for 3 again, the whole roll. So we got like 3 and 5 times as much. That's kind of funny because before we thought it was one kind of problem. Turns out it wasn't. But because we couldn't figure out what was going on, it was too complicated. The refactoring, we could say the refactoring was unnecessary, but I certainly think it makes the code simpler. Certainly easier to understand. So let's see if this works. This should work. And it does. Okay. So that was a problem we had before. Now, I think there's a case where this won't work. So let's go back to our full house test. Not this one, but there's another test, which is roll of, let's do 5, and then let's do 5 and then 1, 1, 1, 1. That should score as 0. Because according to the rules, I think, so a yacht cannot be scored in a full house, but can be scored in a 4 of a kind. What's unclear is if I have to have 3 of one and 2 of another. So I can't pass in 4 of a kind. That should be 0. So so let's do that. We'll say yacht score as full house, list of 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. That's score. And so we're saying that score should be equal. Oh, we said it should be 0. So 0. So let's see what happens there. I think it's going to fail. Yeah. So it fails because, well, I only have 2 distinct values, but I don't have enough of them. I need at least 3 of one. So we could say, so distinct is not enough. We need to count. We need to do a count. And there needs to be at least 2 of them. So this is necessary but not sufficient. What can we do here? We can say roll dot let's say we do a stream. This may not be the best way to go. I kind of want to do a collection like to a map. Let's see, can we do that? Oops. So in order to collect it to a map, will that help us? All right, I need some help. Oh, the collector is grouping by. Oh, that's where it is. Man. So if we do collect and we say grouping by collectors grouping by, that's what we want. Right, so a grouping, so I forget that like this stuff is on the collectors side, not during the streaming process, but basically collecting everything together. We want to collect it together, grouping by, what do we want to group by? So we want to group by some function, which is pretty much just the value. So it's like identity. So identity. Grouping by, what does this take? So we need a classifier. Which I think is just going to be function identity. And let's store this in a variable. So this gives us an integer list of integer, but we actually want that reduced, and we need an extra closing paren. Offie, I'm thinking of a hash map implementation where the key is the dice and the value is the number of occurrences. Yeah, and that's basically where I'm going with the grouping by. This gives us a map of integer, which is the die, and then a list of it. But all we care is actually about is the count of this. Although we can then take that and reduce, filter. Can we filter by those entries that have 2 or more? And then we count that there should be. I'm just laughing because, like, oh my god, this is starting to get like look really complex for something that would seem really easy. And we don't even have to check if the map has 2 or 3. We just have to basically say there should only be 2 entries, and they should both have a value of 2 or more. So let's see. So can we? There's another way to we'll group into a custom map implementation. Yeah, counting is what we want. So we do the grouping by that, and then we say counting. Which is collectors.counting. Did I put that in the right place? There are so many parentheses. Okay. Oh, so what's wrong is the return value, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay. So now, and let's make this easier to read. Okay. Boy, who thought we'd be doing a lot with the Stream API? So now, so now we got a list map. So for each die, so there should only be 2 entries in this list. So we can get away with, we'll be able to eliminate this. Because we'll only have 2 entries in this map. There should only be 2 entries in this map. Let's do that. Let's grab this, or take this out, and say here, and we might even be able to get rid of this if statement. We'll see. So if list map size is not equal to 2, then we return 0. All right, so let's see if that passes our tests. Okay, so all our other tests pass, except for the one we're working on. So we're still in good shape. So now what we can do is we can take this list map. We know there are 2 entries. Can we kill 2 birds with 1 stone by filtering? Can we filter this, continue to filter this map so we only get those that have 2 or more? Hey MacGyver, yeah, Java's dead. Long live Java. Just like rock and roll's dead. So I want to group and filter. Oh, we can do filtering. But can we do filtering and grouping? Can we do filtering and grouping? Because I want to group. I want to count. Sorry, I want to do filtering and counting. Can we count and then send it to a downstream to filter? Can we do that? So this is our downstream. Can we do another collect? Can we say collecting and then? Oh god, this is getting. At some point like a for loop might be easier, but I'm really interested to see how far we can push this. So collecting and then. So downstream, that's classifier. So we can take this counting, put it here, and then we need a finisher. And our finisher is collectors filtering. And now what are we getting in here? So our predicate. So our predicate is, I don't know what we're getting. What is the type of thing we're getting? I think we've lost our types though. Maybe let's not try to put this all into one thing. So let's go back to where we were with the counting. We might be able to do with the and then, but my brain stack has overflowed. So now on this, what we can do is we can say list map equals list map dot stream list map dot entry set dot stream dot filter, and our predicate, so we get key value. What do we get here? We get an entry set, and that entry dot value needs to be greater than or equal to 2, and then that we can collect to the right thing. No, that's the wrong collector. Actually, we don't. Actually, all we want to do is count. Right, because now what we want is the number of entries that have 2 or more, and that should be equal to 2. So this should just be int count. Alright, long. And then this. Obviously, this 2 over here is a bit weird. This 2 is not the same. These are not the same 2s. Okay, let's run our tests. Wow. So we didn't quite get into the Uber collection thing where we stuffed everything into here, although I would not be surprised if there's a way to do it with the downstream stuff. But I'm okay with this. This is, I think, actually somewhat more clear. Kinda. All right, let's commit, and then we got to work on a bit of naming, refactoring. Handle full house only for valid full house roles where there needs to be 2 or 3 of each kind die. Wow. That was brutal. So, let's change this to die to count map. And so die to count map, we stream, we filter. Let's extract this into a method which is 2 or more occurrences. And then we can convert that to a lambda. And this we can refactor out into what does this expression mean? So I'm doing a refactoring. I should have run the test before I did this one. Let's run the test. This should still work because we just extracted a method. Now we're trying to explain what this is, because if you're reading the code for the first time, you're like, why does count not be 2? What do we want to call this? So count being equal to 2 means there are only two unique dice. There another way to figure this out? What do we think? I like how IntelliJ is suggesting is a Boolean when none of these are Booleans other than the return value. If has incorrect number of has wrong number of. I don't like that. Let's see, what are we saying with count not equal to? Well, actually, let's think about this. Could yeah, I was thinking not full house, although technically this expression by itself doesn't mean that. So I'm thinking we might want to extract more and then call it not if, and maybe flip the thing and say if valid full house, because that's what basically all this is doing is this. So actually, that's good. Let's do that. So let's extract this out to be. We do that. Is valid full house. Although technically this should be flipped. If not, is valid full house, return 0. But I'm not crazy about that. Wait, what? Okay. I mean, now I'm a little bit less concerned about refactoring this because I've named the whole thing is valid full house, although I would like to flip that so I can get away from the not. But I can also flip the whole thing. I like that better. I think that's okay. If it's a valid full house, we calculate that. Otherwise, we return 0. I think that's fine. Let's run our tests. Nothing should have changed. Oh! See, this is why we run tests. I must have flipped... did I not flip the thing correctly? So this should count equals 2 because it's supposed to be is valid. See, this is why we run tests. I had flipped the expression, but I didn't flip the actual method. There we go. Okay. How about that? Not sure if that helps, but at least this is a better name than count. Okay, so now let's make sure all our tests pass. And they do. Let's go back to the full house test. We have this last one. This should score as 22, so let's make sure that passes. And it does. Have we covered all the full house? Boy, the full house was tricky. I mean, I expected it to be tricky, but even expecting that was still tricky. Oh yeah, we wanted to do this one. This one might work. Let's see. Let's commit. Refactoring to clean up full house brain. So let's enable this one. So we're going to take a yacht that, but it's going to be all 5s. And here we're going to expect that the score is 0. So let's see. Yeah, so we haven't handled this case. I mean, we've handled this case, but I don't know for sure that it's actually done it right. But that's cool that the way we did it. So this happens, right? We've written a test. It never failed. I don't trust it. Because if it never failed, how do I know it will ever fail? So one thing I can do is I can basically... I could change the inputs, but that doesn't tell me as much as maybe, you know, is not 0. I mean, this one's fairly obvious that it returns 0. So I'm not terribly concerned about this, but you always want the test to fail because maybe you forgot your assert. Or maybe your assert was asserting something wrong because you copied and pasted it. Okay, so added test for Yacht, 5 of same die that scores 0 for full house category. All right. So we've got full house. And we've got the number categories. So now now that all our tests are passing, let's go back to Yacht and see if there's anything we want to do from a refactoring standpoint. And so what we're looking for is we could change this to long, get rid of the cast, and then let it cast it later. That makes it a little bit more tidy. Do we see any duplication? Is there anything that is unclear that we might want to extract into a method? So we got a die to count map. And here again is where having the die or dice as integer makes this a little bit less clear than it could be if this said die. So that's something that we might want to think about. Hey, Cirrus Mesh. Yes, this is JUnit. We are using JUnit 5 with assert J libraries. I should write a command for that. What else? So I think... And we can go ahead and add the ones for 4 and 6. Those, I don't even feel like we need any tests for them. So we can go ahead and do that. And again, right, we follow the rules and the cycle of TDD, but we don't do it like we're a machine, right? We use our judgment. Yes, Spring Boot Starter includes assert J. Yes, it does. So if we wanted to, right, if we wanted to basically get into the habit and continue our habit of never writing production code without a test, we could write some throwaway tests. So if we go into here, we can go write a test. Actually, before we do that, what was the difference here? That was just a variable rename. Okay, so we can write a test. Roll of 2, 2, 4, 2, 3, 4, 4, 4. Scores 12 for 4's category. Right, we can do this. And this is 2, 3, 4, 4, 4. And the score should be 4 plus 4 plus 4. And this is 4's. And then we can create the method. This is roll. Now I don't have to return 0 here, other than I want the test to fail first. And again, a test that never failed, you don't know if it will ever fail. But now we can jump immediately to calculate score, hand the roll, and hand the 4, and now it should pass. And then I don't feel the need to keep this test around, so I can do the same thing. I can do 5, 5, 5, 4, 4. Gives us 15. Wait, did we do the 5's category? Which category didn't we do? Let's move this one up. So we did 5's, we did 4's, 3's, 2's. So we didn't do 6's. Let's do 6's. Let's make these 6, 6, 6. Actually, let's do that. That should score 18. And that's 6, 6, 6. And this is 6's. I can't spell. Why am I... Can't spell sixes. We do this. We return 0. Test should fail. It does. It fails because 0 is not 18. And now we can return and calculate score. Roll, comma 6. Now it should pass. Oh. 12. Oh, was my expectation wrong? See? This is why we do this. This is why we want tests to fail and pass for the right reason. Right, that should be 12. Nobody pointed out. So, okay, so what happened was I had 3 6s here, but I only had 2 6s here. So actually, let's fix that. Now it passes. And now I don't feel like I need this test, but I'll leave it. It's fine. Although I should say for 6's category. Copy and paste almost never pays off. Okay. Let's run all our tests. Make sure this one fails. And just sure. Okay. So let's commit. Added scoring for the rest of the numeric categories. All right, so we got 4s, 5s. Oh, let's reorg our code. Move this up, 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 up. Okay. Cool. Now we can go commit. Let's run our test just one last time. Again, the advantage of having your tests run quickly. And let's go commit that, and we're all committed. All right. So we could continue to add functionality in terms of the scoring, but I think we've explored that aspect of the game, right? We've done some pretty sophisticated changes. What's bugging me though is still the roll dice is not really being used, and the reason for that is we don't actually have a UI for this, and so I think that will that's going to be the next thing we do. Question is, do we want to do it now? Hey, Service Mesh. Yes, I know about the lifecycle methods, and my policy is I don't use them, or I avoid them as much as possible because they make the test harder to read. So if I put this into the before, it would not be crystal clear how is the Yacht class being instantiated. So my preference, because tests are examples, I like them to be as self-contained as possible. And so by putting them into a setup method or a before method, they tend to be hidden and then require you to, in order to fully understand a test, you have to go look at, is there any setup method? Where did this Yacht variable come from? And that adds to that slows down your understanding of the test. So my coding, my style is not to do that. We've got our scoring for a number of categories. We've got scoring for the full house. I feel like we've got that well covered. We've cleaned up our code. We may find that having these as separately named methods is not convenient, and we may find these go away. We may find that actually the calculate score method with a score category is something that might actually become more useful, but we don't know. And to a certain extent, this is the downside of doing sort of too much inside test-driven development, whereas the preference is you want to start with some user story, whether it's an actual person playing this game or whether it's some AI that you're integrating with that's playing the game. The question is how is the game played? What is triggering a dice roll? What is triggering the scoring of the category based on the categories? And so without that, we don't know really how to structure our code. And so we may have unintentionally sort of refactored our way to something that looks nice but is inappropriate for actual usage. And raise your hand if that's ever happened, where you've created a beautiful API, well tested, turns out not at all what was needed by the API consumer. Happened lots of times. And so you always, as much as possible, want to start with the outside edge of the code you're writing. How is whatever client, whether it's a system or an actual user person or a fake person who is being simulated by some AI or just some other service, how does it need to interact with the code you're writing, right? And so that's sometimes called API first development, right? You figure out how is the thing going to talk to your code, and you follow that in, and then you write your code, and then everything should feed back outwards. But without that sort of outside, how is it going to be used from out here, then the stuff that you might have written in here might not fit so well once you actually do hook it up with the outside world. But for TDDing at this level, I'm fine with it. But I would not actually typically develop it this way. I would start with how does the game get played? So what should we do next? That's the question. We've got about an hour and 45 minutes left for today's stream. There were some other things I wanted to look at, such as working on an overlay, basically finishing up some development on this. Some can basically run it as its own service on a different port. So that's one possibility. So one possibility is add features to Stream Overlay. Another possibility is brainstorm. So there's this. You may be familiar with like game jams, where it's like, within a constrained period of time, create a game with some constraints. So there's actually a credits jam, which is like, well, forget the game, just create the credits part that you would have it as part of the game. And for me, that would serve two purposes. One is I'd have a nice credit screen that I could actually use at the end of the stream. Another one, and as well as being part of that jam. And the last option is basically add a UI to the Yacht game. So I'll let this poll run for a couple of minutes. So go ahead and vote for what we should do next. If you don't tell me what to do next, then you can't complain that I didn't ask. Look, while you're voting, I'm gonna go push this code up to GitHub. So this is available on GitHub. So let's go push it. We did a lot of work today. Have a lot of commits. So that's all pushed up. And that's available. Let's see, I think that's available at here. Yes, so there's the source for that. And so it's nice, and this is why I was hoping, I hope I committed often enough that you could track through the progression by just going to each commit and seeing how the code changed over time. And then you can sort of compare, the steps that I took. It's obviously not as precise as the actual steps we took each tiny baby step, but hopefully that's useful. And you can play with the code, and you've got a good suite of tests. So let's go to our overlay, update it to say, so we're done with this. And we're currently running the what to do next poll. So your last chance to vote, it's currently tied between the Brainstorm, the Credits Jam, and the Add UI to the Yacht game. So if you want, basically if you want, would it be Java? So the question of the UI for the Yacht game, well, there certainly would be some more Java. What do we put it in? Do we put it into a Spring Boot project? Do we just do console IO? I don't know. Those are the possibilities for that. Oh, and just so you know more about the Credits Jam, itch.io Credits Jam. So this is the Credits Jam. I actually heard about it from Dr. Mikachu, who's another live coder streamer. She does games and some really interesting stuff. And so this Credits Jam is going on for the next 6 days, 9 hours, 39 minutes. So first of all, the credits project should only include a credit screen. The credit screen must include the names of the people who worked on the project. So anybody who's on stream and is active during chat would their name would go in. And the question is, how elaborate can our credit screen be? I don't know. This would, since this is all like graphical stuff, I don't think I would. I'm not sure I would do it in Java. I think it would be front end thing. So right now, I just want to brainstorm. I don't necessarily want to implement anything yet. I just want to see sort of feasibility rather than actually implementing it today. All right, the poll is over, I guess. The polls have closed. Let's see what. So it was tied between adding UI to Yacht Game or Brainstorm Credits Jam. Nobody wanted to be the tiebreaker, eh? Let's see. How about... Yeah, we'll do the Credits Jam stuff tomorrow. At least some brainstorming, because I think that's probably something better to do in the morning when my brain is more in gear, rather than after I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. And since Offie said Spring Boot seems good, let's go that way. Okay, so this is a really handy site. I'm gonna... Hey Maxa, how's it going? So we'll do this tomorrow. So let's add user interface to Yacht. All right. So the first step would be putting this into the context of a Spring Boot project. I'm wondering if I want to generate a full project or if I just want to grab the Maven POM file. I think we can just grab the Maven POM file. So let's go to the start.spring.io. 231 was released, so we can use 231. We want Maven project, and yes, we want Java. This is going to be Jitter TED. And this is Yacht. This is Yacht game Spring. So we want jar. We want Java 14. Since we're going to presumably do this through a web UI, let's go add dependencies. Well, we certainly want DevTools. We do not want Lombok. We want Spring Web. We don't need reactive. We don't need this. We don't need that. We do want Timeleaf. Do we want Spring Security yet? Not yet. And we don't need any database. At least not yet. We don't need any messaging. I don't think we need any other I/O. Maybe we'll want actuator. We want to deploy it, but not yet. And I think that's pretty much everything. Gosh, Spring is so big these days. So much stuff. Okay, so that's our thing. Let's generate it. I wish there was a way to use this tool and just generate the POM file. That would be nice. And maybe there is a way, and I don't know what it is. Okay, so let me open up the project. That. And we'll grab, let's see. That. Let's go to our POM file. And so what we want to do is we want to grab stuff out of here, out of the POM file we downloaded. And let's also grab those files. Grab these. And then we'll open this one up in where is LJ? LJ. I may just have to drag and drop. Okay. So this is our, let's, way. Okay, so what we want to do is let's copy this into a clipboard. So this is a technique I use, basically using, oops. So this is our POM file, and what we want to do is we want to copy over the stuff that's relevant from the POM file that got generated through the Spring initializer. And so what we can do is we can actually say compare, where is it? Tools. Damn it. Compare with clipboard. Hey, Valaboo. So personally, I find the light theme to be much easier to read. So there's been a lot of research as opposed to, not a lot of research, but there is some research that shows that actually the idea that a dark theme is better for your eyes is not necessarily correct. Oh, thanks for the captionate, Bob. And from an accessibility standpoint, there's a reason why the Mac, when it came out in 1984, was black on white, versus the screens of the day, which were either white or amber or green on black. And the reason why was they had done studies in the 70s and 80s that showed that it's actually easier to read with the background being white and the foreground being dark. The contrast is not as good. So one thing I find when I teach classes, 9 out of 10 students choose the dark theme when they install IntelliJ in my class, and they have trouble seeing the red on black, right? So the wavy underlines that IntelliJ shows you for errors, the coloring of the file names that it shows you for files that have not yet been added to Git, those kinds of things people overlook. Like they're saying, I don't understand what's going on here, and I'm pointing, and they're saying, oh, I didn't notice that was red. And that happens. So my empirical evidence shows me that they're suffering from lack of noticing that as well. Yeah, I mean, there's these blue blocker glasses and stuff like that. There's no current research that shows they help. Get your vision checked on a regular basis by, you know, an ophthalmologist or an optometrist. Get glasses. Make your fonts bigger. But, you know, do what works best for you. But I've done my own research, and for me personally, I need the deeper contrast that the light themes gives me. Well, you need some kind of red, and the default themes, even though the red is actually fairly noticeable, you need red because that's, you know, unless you're colorblind, and that's a separate issue. There's a colorblind mode for IntelliJ that I turn on when I'm pairing with a friend of mine who has some deficiency in that area. You need red to indicate that there's a something wrong, and red on white is great. Red on black, I don't care what shade it is, unless it's glaring red, is going to be lower contrast. Because I see this all the time as well when people use VS Code, which by default is a dark theme, and people are missing stuff where it's telling you it's red for a reason, and people are missing it because it's not as noticeable. Hey, David Leston. Speaking of colorblind mode, exactly the person I was referring to. So what we want to do is we want to grab some stuff over from the Spring Starter. So we want to pull this parent stuff over. So let's do that. So we'll grab that and copy it over here. Sure, let's copy over this stuff as well. Our Java version is already 14, so that's all good. Let's let's pull this over. We need the starter for here. We don't want to replace this, although I think we get Jupiter for free. So we get JUnit 5 for free, so we can overwrite this dependency. Let's highlight lines. So let's move this over. This will give us Spring Boot stuff, the Spring Boot dev tools. We'll also exclude the vintage engine. We don't need a CertJ because we also get a CertJ with Spring Boot. We will have to put a... I don't think we'll need a version number. We'll get whatever version of a CertJ comes with it. I don't remember saying security, though. Did we say security? I'm not sure why the Spring security test was included. Oh, we did include security. Did I mean to include security? Oh well. It's not gonna... if it were data, that would be one thing because that affects runtime of the server, but security won't, so that's fine. And we won't be using our own plugins. We're going to be using the Spring Boot Maven plugin. And so there we go. All right. So we are now... and I really hope that JetBrains hears me when I say turn back on automated import of Maven changes, please. Oh, I did have security? Okay, see, I do stuff and I don't remember. Use Vim with the Pale Night theme. Cool. All right. So what's the first thing we should do is run all our tests. I don't think anything we did here should break our tests other than the fact that do we still have the dependencies on JUnit and CertJ that we had before. So let's run our tests. If you expect me to pronounce your name where it looks like a bunch of vertical lines, I'm not sure how you want me to refer to you. Ilil? It's like on this screen, which is my main screen, I can't tell the difference between lowercase i's and l's, which is a problem. I have to swap out screens here. But yes, no Lumbach. Happy times! No Lumbach is happy times, not sad times. Don't be sad. Be happy. Not having to deal with Lumbach's brokenness in certain situations and having it paper over problems, I think is a great thing. But I'm not biased at all. And no, I have not been traumatized by Lumbach. Alright, so all our tests pass. Added in Spring Boot dependencies. Do that. Would I like to install a shell script formatter? No thanks. Call them the line guy. Well, that does make an assumption as to that person's pronouns, which I don't like to assume. Okay, so we now have at least the dependencies for a Spring Boot project. We do or will shortly need a way to start that Spring Boot project. Yes, the line user. I could, or line viewer. That won't be confusing at all. No. Let's close this. Oh, yeah, that's fine. What I wanted to open up was here. Let's grab this. Let's copy this over into source test Java. That looks right. Oh, really? It added it? No, you lie. Oh, because it didn't put it in the right place. I want it here. There we go. So I assume if I run this test, it will fail because I don't actually have the Spring Boot application starter. But I want to run it anyway because I actually am curious what it does when it fails. Oh, the package is wrong. That should not be... Oh, did I not put stuff in the Yacht package? Let's do that. Let's actually move this. Let's move this. Move package to another package. Sure. To package com.jitterted.yacht. I have no idea what if this is going to break it. Is it going to do what I expect? Yeah, okay, it did sort of not really what I expected. Wow, that was not at all what it should have done. Sigh. No. No, that's not what I wanted you to do. I'm very happy that that's undoable, but that's not at all what I wanted it to do. All right, let's do this. Let's create... actually, let's create a directory package. We'll call it Yacht. And we'll just move this stuff into it. Okay, that's better. We'll do the same thing here. I don't know why that says that's the package. That's not correct, clearly. That now correct? Okay, let's run our tests. Oh, but this is now wrong. Alright, so let's... Yeah, no tests were found. Let's run this. Your pronunciation. Ilian Lily? Yeah, no, I can't read that. Does Lombok plugin version still incompatible with this Intel? I'm no longer on the EAP because I was having problems with the EAP, so I'm actually back down to the 2020.1.2, 3. So yeah, Lombok is compatible. The version I'm running is compatible with Lombok. I don't know if they'd upgraded it for the EAP. Hydrate. I'm gonna hydrate with my caffeine. All right, let's optimize these imports everywhere. Okay. Our test passed, so that's good. The test that should not be passing is gone. Where did it go? Oh, it's here. Why are you here? You shouldn't be there. You should be here. Why are you not moving? That was weird. I think Sonar Lint is confused because it's saying it's not in the right directory. But we are in the right directory. Are we not in the right directory? Well, it ran. Why are you... I think you're wrong, Sonar Lint. Close that. Yeah, you're in the right place. Yeah, you were just confused. Okay, and this test fails because there is no Spring Boot application. Oh, if you saw some Vue stuff when you joined, that's my overlay that I was probably editing, which is this thing. So right now this overlay here is all manually done. I don't have a UI for it. That's something I wanted to work on, but I was outvoted by my viewers. They decided to do something else. So this is my very, very trivial overlay that's in view. That's probably what you saw. But what we're testing here is so yesterday and today we used TDD to create a good chunk of the Yacht game, which is the sort of poker dice game. I should change the project. Did I change the project? I think it's still there. Yeah. And so, but that had no UI. It was purely TDD, no outside tasks. So basically, it's one of those, like, you know, I just think of the science fiction of a brain suspended in fluid, but there's no connection with the outside world. So the game works, but you can't play it because there's no I/O. So what we're now going to do is, by adding Spring Boot, we're going to provide a web interface to now actually be able to play the game as a person. No README. Yeah, I'll add a README. It's got all the tests. All the tests have the information. But yeah, I'll add a README. All right, so let's go make our project a Spring Boot project. Let's go add a Yacht application class. So I can go grab it from here. Come on, come along. So we'll move this away from downloads to here. And now, at least when we run our Spring application tests, it should pass. And it does. That just means that at least our basic form of Spring passes. That's funny. So I had a license files. I guess I forgot to create a README. So we'll create a README before I check in again. What else do we need? We need our application properties and our template and static directories. So let's go create those. So that will be in our resources. Resources. So in our Spring Boot application, our resources, this is where we keep stuff like our application properties that have any settings that we're going to want to have, as well as this is where our HTML and time leaf templates are. So we will add those in. So let's go new. Let's create a directory for any static files we have, and then we'll create another directory for our time leaf files, which go in templates. And then we'll create a new file. This will be our application properties file, application.properties. And no, I will not be using YAML. I don't think we need anything in here right away. Except maybe for setting some logging level stuff, but I think we're okay. So I like putting this in an empty file because it's sort of like, I'm sure you've all come across books, physical books, where you open up the page and it says, page left intentionally blank, which I always thought was hilarious, but that's the kind of guy I am. Basically, it's telling you, no, we didn't actually mess up. We actually intended this page to be blank, but we're telling you that we intended it to be blank by putting something on it. So here I'm basically saying, no, I intend for this file to be blank. So I should say this file is blank. That would be funnier, I guess. Oh, it takes so little. Okay, let's run all our tests. They should all pass, except for that slow one. And we'll separate that one out. Yes, indeed, it's a paradox. Is this file actually empty? It says it's empty. Okay, so let's commit now, since all our tests are passing. We've now added in Spring Boot support files or resources and application file and its test. Moved all domain code into Yacht subpackage. This file is empty until I said it wasn't. This file was blank before I wrote this comment. Okay, so we've got our Spring Boot stuff set up. We can run the application. I think we can run the application. Our test says we could. But right now our application doesn't do anything. Crud, it's in the wrong place. I blame IntelliJ for constantly putting stuff that should be in the production code directory into the test code directory. Okay. Let's amend that commit. All right, now it's in the right place. Why not YAML? Do you have to ask? Have you not been hurt by YAML yet? If you haven't, you will be. Have you seen YAML files? They're awful. Whoever thought that YAML files was a great structure for writing configuration where indentation matters a lot was not thinking properly. Now, admittedly, IntelliJ does a really good job making YAML files manageable. Yeah, except that with Python, which is whitespace dependent, you generally don't have 6 levels of indentation, or at least you can avoid it. But I've worked with YAML files that have 6 levels of indentation, or more, 10 levels of indentation, and I have no idea where I'm at. IntelliJ helps, but if I can avoid it, I avoid it. I would rather have duplication than 10 levels of indentation. And that applies to YAML as well as code. All right. So right now, we can run this application, but it won't do anything. Yes. Yet another meaningful level of indentation. That's great. And hello, and Perm-Yakov? Or Nperm Yakov? But it's hard to know where to parse the names. Okay, so we've got our Spring Boot application. It doesn't do anything. And so now we need to figure out, okay, what do we want to do from a user standpoint? So what we'd like to do is when the system starts up and we connect to it, we will have to change the server port because I've got my overlay running on the popular 8080 port. So let's go fix that. Server port equals, we'll use 9090 because why not? But this is why comments, you should never believe them because this comment is now wrong. But you have to be careful about ports less than 1024. Those are privileged ports. But this file is no longer empty. We can take that out. Okay, so that's so I don't forget that we need to run on a different port. So now what we want to do, and we're still going to do this TDD. So we're still going to not write any production code without a failing test. So the failing test that we would like is that if we hit the home page, that we get something, at least like an okay status. So let's go write a test for that. So I'll create a new Java class. And we'll call this Boy, what do I want to call this? I'll call this web test, because I can't think of a better name. And we're going to at least initially annotate this with a web MVC test. And what we want is we'll want a mock MVC, auto-wired, private mock MVC. And then we'll write our tests. So a get for root of page is status 200. So what we'll do is we'll use our mock MVC to perform a get. I really hate this style of test framework stuff. This is the Hamcrest style, where you have to know which frickin' get and where it comes from. And unfortunately, get is a very popular name, so you have to know that it's from like the builders. The mock. Gosh, I don't even know where it's from now. How about post? Will that be an easier one to find? Yeah, so it's the mock MVC request builders. That's what we want. We'll just import all of them. So now I can do get. But like, that wasn't even a choice before. And this is why static imports of this kind of style, which is a sucky style. But, you know, I don't have a choice. Okay, so we'll perform a get. And we'll expect, and again, I have to figure out what is the status. So I want status. I have to import that as well. And that is 2xx successful. Okay. That's kind of all we need from this test. We just want to hit the home page and we get a 200. I don't even care what the content of the page is. Raise your hand if you think this is going to pass. So this should fail with a 404 status, or I think a 404. Oh, client error, 401. Dang it! I knew I shouldn't have included security, because security is on by default. You noticed that it took 404 milliseconds. That was hilarious. I'm like, wait, I was expecting 404, but not that kind of 404. So the problem is 401 is a security error, and that's because Spring says, huh, you've got the security dependency on your class path, therefore you must want everything secure. And I'm like, well, no, I don't. So that was not the way I expected it to fail. Let's do this. Let's go to our POM file. Let's pull out the security stuff for now. I mean, I know how to fix it, but I don't want to get into the security configuration just yet. We'll pull that out. I'm going to need to reorganize these dependencies, but pull that out. Re-import this. And now I think if we run it, we'll get a 404. Yes, commenting driven development. Commenting outcoming. Okay, so we're getting a 404 at least. That's good. I don't know why I commented it out. I should just delete it. And I'll add the security stuff later if I need it. Not like I don't know how to get this information, so I'll just delete it. Okay. Runtime test. Okay. So this fails for the right reason. What we can do is we can do the simplest thing that will make that test pass, which is add a static file. And that'll be an HTML file. And this will be our index.html. And this is Yacht game. And we'll say, welcome to the game of Yacht. There's nothing else to see here. Okay. Now if we run the test, it should pass. I think. It does. Okay, good. We could assert more information about what we get on this page, but right now it's a static page. We could care less. We just want to make sure there's a home page. And maybe we even rename this to get of homepage is status 200. Okay, let's commit because we've got a test passing. Remove security dependencies until we need them. Added test for home page and added static text HTML for home page. All right, commit that. Okay, so we've got a static page, but what we'd like is so now we need to figure out what. Oh, sorry, there was a code generator. I set up that as a reward, and I don't remember what I meant by it. I have to do some more reorganization of my points, my passing tests, or AKA channel points. I don't know what I meant by that. All right. Yeah, I think that was the point. But I got to come up with something better. Okay, so we now have sort of created some tests that are more around. Do we at least have sort of Spring working, and do we know that we can create a page? The next step is we want to probably create some kind of dynamic page. And so here's where we're going to need to figure out what is the flow of the game. So the flow of the game is pretty much you say start game or roll dice. It'll roll the dice. And then so let's actually write this out. Instead of me talking about it. I'll put this here. I should put this into the README. So our initial UI flow. So display welcome. Then we say show button for roll dice. Then show buttons or some other interaction for which category to score against. So that would get us to basically where we've implemented the core domain code. Right now we have just score against this category. We have no memory, no state information about past roles. We have no information about what categories have been used, and that's fine because now we'll be driven by the web front end to implement the right thing internally. So that's sort of an initial throw. So we've displayed our welcome. Now we need to have a button. So what we want is if we click a button, so that's going to be a form. We could put that as a static on the home page. So let's go do that. So remember, we don't, as much as possible, and sometimes it's not easy to do with sort of web pages, but we want as much as possible to let our tests drive what we're going to implement. Not only do we expect that it's basically a 200 OK kind of thing that was successful, but we also expect that the content contains, that's content type. We want as a string. I guess we could do it also as a result matcher, but we'll do as a string and then use a matcher to contains. And this is a result matcher. Source. Is that what I wanted? No, string. What is source? I don't know. Oh, I didn't download the... I wish it would do that automatically. Let's download our sources and documentation. Okay, so let's try that again. So that... What is source? It is... Oh, it's the DOM source. And then we can apply the Hamcrest matcher. That might be easier to do than doing like a string contains kind of thing. Let's do that. So let's do source. We'll have to see our XML matchers. And so our XML matchers would be has XPath no? Ooh, looks like it's outdated documentation. I'm not sure why it opened it up in that window. I see a PR in our future. So when I clicked on that link, it took me to here, which is clearly outdated because the project is here. Although it hasn't been updated in 5 years. But I guess, when was the last time XPath changed? So I guess it's fine. So what we want is collection of Hamcrest matchers for XML documents. Yeah, this is a pet peeve of mine in documentation where, and it's especially problematic when things are not discoverable. So here it says it has XPath. There's no import statement. It's not a fully qualified thing, so I have no idea which package it's supposed to be in. Is that even supposed to be in a separate package, or is that part of the Hamcrest? I have no idea. I can look at the tutorial. Which still doesn't tell me. Oh, here we go. Here's an import, but that's a simple namespace context. Really? That's the only import you're going to give me? Here we go. So it's going to be org XML matchers XPath. Org XML. Oh, it's not even included. Well then, why is it giving me instructions to this when it's not included? Sigh. I mean, unless it's included now in the Hamcrest matchers? So it's a content result matcher. Yeah. Content. Oh, it assumes the XML unit library is available. Ooh. Alright, you know what? I thought this was going to save us time, but it's actually costing me more time, so I'm going to bail on using the source, and we're just going to match against strings. Alright, so we're just going to say string, and we're going to say contains. I think that's right. It's probably some Hamcrest matcher, org.hamcrest. Oh, there's the XML stuff. Does that give us what we want? XML. That's it. It's a package, but there's nothing there. Well, there's nothing accessible. All right, fine. Text. Well, this is really not helpful. Now I gotta go search for Hamcrest matchers. And again, this is why I dislike them so much, is with the Cert J, I never have to go searching anywhere. Rarely. But Hamcrest, I gotta go look it up. Wow, this is an old release. Newer release? That's 1.5. Alright, let's go to the docs. Uh, 2.31 release. Reference. Single. Mock MVC. Test. we get the Hamcrest mat. All right, so I guess this is all just Hamcrest matchers. Org.hamcrest. Matchers. Org.hamcrest matchers. Matchers. Okay. Finally, I get the matchers that I want. Contain string ignoring case. That looks good. Let's use that one. How long did that take us to get the finally the right thing? So I forgot what we're doing. Oh yeah. We were writing a test because what we want is we want a button on the thing. We want to say that there's a button. There's a button on the thing. So there's the has XPath. So we could do it that way. But I don't want to deal with XPath. I don't want to have to learn something else right now. So let's just say contain string ignoring case, and what we want it to contain is we want a button that says roll dice. That's sufficient, even though technically it should be inside of a form. We'll say button roll dice because we don't care about case. And sure, that's good enough. Let's run that. And it failed, which is as expected because there was no string containing that. In fact, it was empty, which is surprising and concerning because the content certainly is not empty. Let's go static import that. The content should certainly not be empty because our index.html is not empty. Content type is null. There's no body? Is it not parsing it at all? That's interesting. I'm gonna wildcard import all of those. So expect body, content, string, status, toString, request, fonts. Should be content. Unless it's yeah, I'm not sure what else it would be. And the content type should have been set automatically. That concerns me that the content type isn't being set. Now, we are, oh, well, so we are relying on the Spring Boot mock server to do the right thing in terms of routing. But that's not quite what we want. Let's move this into our templates And then we'll have to create a controller to return that, because this is basically the default view controller, so that should work. Although it's a forward? Why would it be? Oh, it's a forward. That's why. So, so what happens is when we hit slash, it actually does a forward to /index.html. And so that's why we're getting a, although we shouldn't be getting a 200, we should be getting a, it must be an internal forward, because we're getting a 200, and we're not getting a redirect. But okay, so if we're getting a forward, then we're not getting the page. That's really confusing. Let's do this. Let's go to index.html and see what happens. That's better. That's really interesting. So it did an internal forward, but then didn't give us the page, because it's not a redirect. Well, that's not confusing at all. All right, at least we now have it properly failing. And again, this goes back to TDD. You want stuff to fail, but you want it to fail for the right reason. And it wasn't failing for the right reason. It was failing for the wrong reason. And so now it fails for the right reason, where we don't have a button form. So let's go and add that to our page. To start playing, click on the button to roll the dice. Let's stick that in a put that in H3, and then we'll take a form. We'll stick in a button. Technically, we could make the button a link, an anchor, but we're not going to do that. Roll dice. So this form is going to do an action to somewhere on the server. Roll dice. And the method is going to be a post. And it's complaining because we don't have a controller URL for that. That's totally fine. What other suggestions does it have? Yeah, that's all good. So let's run the test. The test should now pass. Unless I did the contains wrong. Nope, it passes. Okay, let's actually run the server now and see if we can access it. Through port 9090. Okay, it's up and running. 9090, look at that. We can click on roll the dice and we'll get an error. And that's totally fine, as expected. All right, so let's kill that. Close that. So now what we want to do is we want to test that if we hit the roll dice endpoint, something happens. So it's going to do a post. There's not going to be much there. Technically, we could do a get against roll dice. That doesn't seem right. We'll do a post against that. So that's going to be another test. And so what we want to do is post to roll dice. What do we want? At least right now, we would like to redirect it to a page that shows us the result of that first roll. Is that what we said? So show button for roll dice. User clicks roll dice. show result of roll. Yeah. So so this is done. This is done. This we're about to do, then we'll do that, and then we'll do that. And that'll probably take us through the end of today's stream. And thank you for the follow, IL person. Not that. We want to go back to our test. So post to roll dice, so we'll do a mock MBC. We'll perform a post to roll dice. And yes, technically we could simulate a click against this, but I see no point in doing that. So what do we expect? We expect to actually get a is a 300 redirection. And that's good enough for this step. So let's run this. This will fail. We're not even going to find it. It should be a 404. And I ran the wrong thing. Darn it. Want to run web test. And so it fails as expected. I think. Yes, 404. We expected a redirection. We got a 404. So that's cool. Now what we can do is we can go, we want to make this test pass. So now we need to add some spring stuff. So let's go and do that. So we're going to make this just a generic web controller. Maybe Yacht controller. Yacht dice controller? Well, we'll say Yacht controller for now. This is going to be a controller. And this is going to be I have an at post. I was confusing my other ways of annotating it, and we want this to respond to roll dice. And this will be a public string, because we'll use a string for a redirect. Roll dice. We won't be really getting any input. And so all we're going to do is we're going to return a redirect to, I don't know. Where do we want it to redirect to? We can redirect to slash, that will make the test pass, but that's not exactly what we want. So, following our rule of no production code without a failing test, I think we need to be a bit more explicit about where do we want this thing to redirect to. So, and expect redirected URL to be what? So we click the button. Let's go back to our README. So user clicks the roll dice. We got that. So roll result. This is kind of weird. Roll result. So let's run that. That's going to fail, because we're redirected to root. Yep, there's our redirect to root. So we got a 302, but we're redirected here. And so this tells us that that's wrong. So we can go to our Yacht controller, and we can redirect to roll results. And that should make the test pass. So what we need now is we're going to need some way to tie the rolling of dice capability that we have into our front end. Let's do that. So after we redirect to that, we'll have to figure it out. So there's gonna need to be some kind of session state, right? Because otherwise, how do we track who's sort of playing the game? That is really off topic. No. So what we want is we want I mean, unless we pass in a parameter on the URL itself and sort of simulate a session that way, we're going to need to figure out how to initiate a session so that we can associate sort of playing no, I don't think posting URL of that is what I want, but thanks. I have gotten the, hey, you look like someone I've seen on so-and-so, and I am aware that there are doppelgangers. So what we want is we sort of want when you start the game, you're in some kind of session because we're tracking you and the rolls that you've made. And we want to then associate that with some session. It's been a while since I've actually done anything with sessions, so we're gonna have to look at that. But even before that, we now at least have an idea, right? The whole purpose of starting with outside, right, doing this outside in, is to figure out what is the UI, what is the interaction with our core domain, what does that look like? And what that looks like is we want to be able to initiate some state that is associated with a player. And we've done this on other things, like my TDD game has that idea of sort of registering as a player and then starting a game. So maybe we want to add that in, since we're probably going to need it. We've sort of right now in our domain, we don't have a concept of a player. There's sort of a presumed player that is global and there's only one of them. But I think what we want to do is add this concept of a player, and then when somebody clicks on start game, we associate that player with whatever the session identifier is that we use. So a player is going to have basically a reference to something that's going to be holding the state of the game, and this would be the thing that would track the roles that they've made, the categories they've used, and their current score, and things like that. So we could go along that route. I kind of feel like I've done this before on stream, and so I'm wondering, like, do I want to do that again, or do I want to do something different? So where do we want to take this, I guess, is the question. Because this is sort of not terribly interesting. And if there's something else that I can do that's more interesting, I'd rather do that. So there's the whole concept of, and it's funny that the blackjack game is going to encounter that situation as well. Although with the blackjack implementation, we did have the concept of game, right? There was a game object. So maybe we dive down and do something similar. But I don't know. I don't know what to do. What do we think? I've got like 25 minutes left in the stream. So yeah. Well, yeah, so I'd be storing the information in memory for now because, again, I'm not worried about persistence just yet. I know that when I need to persist stuff to a database or something, we'll be able to add in an adapter to do that. The question is sort of what is the internal structure of being able to track, to sort of start a game. I mean, what's kind of interesting is we could say, hey, let's build a casino app, and one of the games is this Yacht app, and the other one is the blackjack. And how would we pull those two together? That might be interesting. And the other aspect, of course, is multiplayer, which I have in my TDD game, but we didn't have yet in blackjack because it was just one instance of game. And here we have no concept of game at all. So maybe let's take this towards having sort of a generic multiplayer online casino, or game of chance kind of thing where you could play different games, and the two games are the blackjack game that we still haven't finished yet, and this game, and you can sort of, we can do the whole, I have wanted to do that on stream, sort of do a full, like, let's deploy a full game app to the web and have multiple players and people register, and you do also a little bit of the drudgery work of how do you do authentication and authors, and register people and things like that. So we could go that direction. Oh, hey, Lusket, and hey, Magic Games. If we were to do that, it would be awesome if any of you all out there had any kind of graphic design capability to draw logos and stuff. I'd happily pay for it. Or if you know people who are good at that, because every time I go onto Fiverr or similar, I'm always disappointed with the results. And I try not to go with the lowest cost folks as well. And I'm always like, nah, that's not great. Hey there, Yu. Do I develop inside of a sandbox or virtual machine? Nope. No. I don't. Generally, the libraries I use, I trust. I can't think of a library that I've had any problems with. Usually a lot of the libraries are scanned anyway for at least, what's it called? Basically vulnerabilities. So I don't really worry about that. If I were inside of a large enterprise where I had the potential for exposing critical or private information that affected lots of people, then I'd be validating those libraries. But I don't generally worry about that. At least in the Java world, I don't worry about that. NPM JavaScript, that I'd be worried a little bit more about. But yeah, I don't worry too much about that. So let's go that way. Let's think about that. So what we'd want is let's scale this back down to just this game. So we're going to need something that represents, hey, let me join some idea of a player. And now, do we have a concept of a user as well, where user has all sort of the profile information, and that's a one-to-one with a player, or maybe you could have multiple players and control them. I'm not sure, but we certainly need to have some concept of a player. And in this game, the concept of a player is going to be someone who has a reference to, if not state in and of themselves, of keeping track of all the roles that happen and their score and things like that. If it's not inside of player itself, at least it has a reference to something that has that knowledge. And how that split works out, we'll have to see. So let's add player. Let's do this. Do all our tests pass? Get now. Let's run all our tests. Let me fix my test configurations. Minus all tests. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And we'll save that. That's fine. So this will take a little while because Spring, although holy cow, it must have cached a bunch of stuff because that was surprisingly fast. That took less than a second to run all the tests. So all our tests are passing. So let's do a commit. Although before we do that, let's go to our README. So next steps. Does it paint it correctly? No, it doesn't. So we can delete this. Our next steps are create a representation of a player that has that stores the state of the Yacht game. That is the current score, which categories have been used, the roles of the game, etc. And then from the UI, have a way to create a player. Initially, could just be anonymous, and a new player is created whenever a start game button is clicked. Yeah, so I think we'll do that. And then sort of this process is sort of, so I'll just do this. So the game flow is click enter game area. So that creates a new player. Start Yacht game. So that creates a game. And then once you're inside the game, then it's roll dice, choose category for scoring, show score, repeat until no categories are left unassigned. Go final score. So I think that's so the high level sort of game management, player management stuff, and then we've got the game flow itself. And what we can do is kind of not sure these are checklist items anyway, but this is basically what we want. And this, we don't have to do the front end UI, right? We don't have to continually start from the outside. I think we've used that to help guide us for what do we want the internal domain to handle. And so there's the domain stuff around a player having something and a game, and then a game goes through some cycle until it's done, and then they can either choose a new game, right? So they can sort of go back to here, or they can eventually, when we get the blackjack game working, they can maybe play a different game. What would be interesting is what if we ran those like on different servers, right? So we could look at the microservices kind of thing. Oh, hey, Emil Developing. Thank you for hosting 11 viewers. Wow, thank you. I am ending the stream in about 15 minutes, but you can certainly ask questions. What we're doing is we're actually figuring out what the next steps are for this game. We basically developed some of the scoring stuff for this poker dice game called Yacht, and that's all working, and now we're basically embedding that in a Spring Boot larger application so that we can actually interact with it through the web UI. And so we're just trying to figure out what the next steps are to continue moving this forward. So let's see. So So we sort of have the roll dice capability, although we never used it in the test because it was like, well, how do we use this thing, right? Because all of our tests were about how would you score this for this kind of category. So let's go and push this forward from a test-driven standpoint, and see how can we basically go through this process of starting a game and rolling the dice, choosing a category for scoring, and then get a sort of a running score. Let's see how far we can get in about 10 minutes. So what we want to do is we want to figure out, well, what test do we start at? So let's go look at our tests. We got our Yacht application test, but that's our Spring stuff. In fact, let's move this to an adapter. So that we can sort of get it out of the way. And we'll move some other stuff around too. Well, I guess technically this shouldn't be in web adapter. This should be in web adapter. Technically, this should actually be back up here. And let's and this should actually be in adapter web. So what I'm doing is I'm reorganizing things according to hexagonal architecture, right? So I'm moving the stuff that's not core domain, game, business logic. Anything that's not that goes into some adapter. And the adapter we're working on is the web adapter. So these are part of our domain. So let's move these into domain. And we'll need to do the same thing with our tests. So move these into domain. I wish it would stop doing that. It's like I'm moving stuff that's currently in the test hierarchy. So when I move the specified classes, it should leave it in the test directory, even if I specify domain. That's better. Okay, so now we can just optimize the imports. Okay, now let's run all our tests. They should still pass, but sometimes stuff happens, and this is why we run our tests. And good, all our tests pass. So let's do a commit. So we reorganized classes into orthogonal architecture, such as domain and web as the domain and web adapter packages. Guess I should have done that separately. Oh well. Added a test for responding to clicking on the roll dice button. All right, we'll commit that. All right. What else? So let's see how far we can get. We'll probably leave with a failing test, which is something I like to do when I'm sort of in the middle of something. Is leave with a failing test that describes that sort of fails in a way that tells me here's what I'm going to need to do next when we pick it up next time. So let's go do that. That's going to be in our domain tests, and so what we want to introduce is the concept of at least a player. So we'll just call it player test. And what we want to do is we want to create a test that will sort of kick off this idea of, well, we need a player, something that manages who's playing and all the information about that. Max, can I even trust my language? Who knows? Maybe the JVM is infected and is, you know, forwarding all my test results to some secret organization. I don't know. Trust is hard, but I kind of feel like as long as, you know, if you're working in a company, typically you're going to have an internal. You're not going to have direct access to the sort of public Maven repository. You're usually going to use something like Artifactory or Nexus, and then you're going to filter your libraries, and you're going to run vulnerability scanners and things like that. No, I can't trust the kernel. I don't trust the kernel. Well, even if you put it, I mean, it is kind of funny. It's like, even if you put it in a container, do you trust the container? Right? Even if you put it in a virtual machine, do you trust the virtual machine? There are vulnerabilities in some of those virtual machines. I remember one had to do with, it was leveraging one of the device drivers for the floppy disk emulation. And I'm like, wow, that was interesting. And can you trust the CPU? No, right? As we've learned, right? You cannot trust the CPU. There's all certain, you know, rowhammer and all this. You can't trust the RAM either. You can't trust anything. But you know, if you can't trust anything, yeah, I'm not sure what you're gonna do. You're gonna have a hard time. We can trust Docker for sure. Sure. Can you trust the image of that Docker image that you just downloaded? Right? I don't know. I just grabbed some Alpine image. Looks good to me, but do you trust it? That's right. We're going to make our own computer from scratch. But even if you do that, how do you know you won't be building in vulnerabilities into your stone tablet based computer? So if you might have built it yourself, so you trust who built it, but do you trust yourself? I don't trust myself. That's why I write tests. All right. I know I'm getting a little punchy because I've been streaming for 5 hours now, and that's about at my limit. So let's finish this up, and then we'll call it a day. What we're gonna want is new player. And my son wants his guitar lesson, so yeah. But can I trust the tests? Right? Who trusts the test? Yeah. Well, that's why I had the tests fail. I do trust my tests because I have them fail. And they fail for the right reason. So I do trust my tests. So what do we want from our new player? We want that a new player. What can we say about like a new player? Do we know enough about what we want? Or do we want like who rolls the dice? Is that the game? Or is that the player who rolls the dice? So it may not end up being a player object, but do we want to start with game or do we want to go with player? Well, so let's again think from what would we want from from the human interaction is, well, they're gonna click new game, so something happens, who knows what. Then they're gonna want to be presented with here's your score, which is nothing. Here's the categories you've used, they're all empty. And then the next action that they're gonna take is picking a category. So but let's say we have them click on the roll dice button. So let's not start with new player. Let's say player rolls dice. So when a player rolls dice, we get the dice roll. So given a player when they roll the dice, then we have a dice roll. Yeah, maybe. So we'll create a player. And we'll have to create that class, and that will be in our domain. And then on that player, roll dice. Create that method, does something, who knows what. And does roll dice give us the die roll back, or is that something that we then request from the player? And asking the player for that seems just weird from a language standpoint. It feels like I should be asking the game that. So does the player own the game? What are we going to assert? We're going to assert that the player now has a dice roll. We kind of have the what should it do, but I'm not quite sure. Maybe I'm unclear about what should it do. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to be able to query the player so we can show the dice roll. So okay, let's do that. So we can assert, nope, assert that. Why did it not import that? Where did my assert that go? There it is. That was weird. Oh, I didn't create a new test. That's why I didn't get the template. Okay, so we assert that the player. So is it going to show the last roll dice? So a game has, yeah, I mean, I maybe think about it from, so right, who owns what? Does the player own the game or does the game own the player? So I think you're right, Offie. The game has multiple players. Players have categories, which allows us to figure out the score, and it has roles. And I can tell I'm hungry because I thought of rolls and I'm thinking of, I could use some rolls. All right, so we're going to do something like after the player rolls the dice, we'll be able to get last roll, let's say. And so that's a query method. It will return list of integer. I can see we're going to need to refactor that. We'll return null for now. That's fine. And all we can say here is it's not null. So if we run this test, it should fail because we'll get it is null. And I'm going to need to categorize my tests and split them along Spring adapter versus domain, because even though those run pretty quickly, it's still half a second longer than I would like. Okay, so we got a failing test. So this is actually where we want to be able to stop. We can go back to our README and say, so there's a representation of player that so it doesn't store the state of the yacht game, it stores the state of their part of the game. And I'm not gonna take that away. And so we can say that game has players, each of whom have roles. Roles and score and categories that are used, not yet used, something like that. And we know when a game is over when all players have used up all of their, or have filled all of their categories. I know I'm spelling this kind of weird because I want to show that this is sort of a domain term, right? And this is a domain term. Next steps. Okay, I think this is a good place to stop. This stream ends in less than a minute. We're a few minutes over that, and that's fine. But now we're in a good state. I think we know how to proceed. We've clarified some of our language. And again, if you watch my stream for any amount of time, this is what I do all the time. Whether I'm doing it on stream or with clients, right? Establishing terminology, figuring out relationships between things, and sometimes that's discussion, right? You're discussing and throwing out things, and then you come out with concrete examples. You turn those into tests, turn that into code, and you keep going that way. All right, thanks everyone for joining me today. Thank you for the new follows.
Be strong.